The Medicine King furnace was completely refined. Before Xianxia could even begin to rejoice, a powerful rejection force suddenly came at him from all directions. The force was so strong that the space around him rumbled loudly. At the same time, his figure abruptly became hazy and indistinct. It was almost as though his very existence was now incompatible with the world. This situation was within Xianxia's expectations, however, as he had noticed this phenomenon back when he first reached the final stages of refining the Medicine King furnace. If not for that, he would not have stopped at such a critical moment to target the other divine armaments instead. Now that he had stolen the world's source strength, the world could no longer accommodate his existence. If this were to happen to a living creature of this world, they would definitely be punished by the world. They would either be extinguished on the spot or survive the catastrophe and escape this world. However, Xianxia was a sixth-order open heaven realm master. The divine armament world could not do anything to him except kick him out of this world using its world principles. The higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect were stunned by the sight before them. Although nobody knew what Xianxia had done, as what they saw had long exceeded the scope of their understanding, they could vaguely feel an enormous and overpowering will descending and staring down on this small, restricted area. The phenomenon left them trembling in fear, incapable of speech. A shout reverberated across the room. Xianxia desperately drew upon his spirit chi. His flesh wriggled when the power of his dragon vein was activated. Over the years, his dragon vein had been stimulated greatly. It was mainly used to remove the drawbacks brought by cultivating the heaven-devouring battle law. Activating the dragon transformation secret art might not transform him into a 4,500 meters long behemoth now, but the dragon pressure permeated the air and lingered around his body to resist the rejection force of the world at this moment. His slightly ethereal figure became more solid immediately after. Not daring to delay, Xianxia hurriedly grabbed the true void sword and continued the refining process. In the blink of an eye, the true void sword was also completely refined by him. Now that two divine armaments had been refined, the rejection force increased by several times. The force caused the skin all over his body to crack open. Drenched in blood, Xianxia looked extremely terrifying. His figure that had solidified considerably became hazy once more, a sign that he was about to be kicked out of the world. "I'm running out of time." Gritting his teeth, Xianxia grabbed the 10 facets demonic shadow spear and repeated the process. The worlds will seem to be enraged by his insatiable greed, and lightning appeared out of nowhere, striking his body without warning. A series of explosions rang out as Xianxia's skin split open and his flesh was torn apart. Soon, a strong smell of burnt flesh filled the air. When these strange occurrences took place, the higher-ups of Profound Pill Sect perceived that the situation was not looking good. Thus, they quickly left the restricted area and monitored the situation with apprehensive concern. Lightning flashed and thunder boomed inside the restricted area. The rage of the world made millions of living creatures frightened and uneasy. The situation in the sky was constantly changing as heavy dark clouds filled the air like a thick quilt, making the people feel suffocated. The 10 facets demonic shadow spear was completely refined. When Xianxia tried to reach out and grab another divine armament, however, his hand came up empty. His palm had become ethereal and disordered, almost as though he had no substance. The rejection force coming from all sides was so strong that he could no longer resist. "I'm at my limit," Xianxia sighed in his heart. It had taken so many years for him to steal the 5 divine armaments and slowly refine them. Including the Medicine King furnace, there were a total of 6 divine armaments. He never imagined that he could only refine 3 of them in the end, powerless to refine the other 3. In this way, he had wasted some 20 to 30 years' worth of effort. Nevertheless, this was not a big deal. The flow of time in the small source world was different from the outside world. For his actual body, the time he wasted was not much. He turned around to look at the world one last time. Then his vision went hazy. The dizzying feeling of the world turning upside down washed over him, and a series of unpredictable lights flashed across his vision. His consciousness was pulled out of the small source world at that moment. By the time he recovered, Yang Kai found himself standing in the void with a strange vortex spinning slowly in front of him. He couldn't help shaking his head. The memories of living in the divine armament world for several decades surged in his head, giving him a wonderful sense of reincarnation. At the same time, the memories of the past slowly emerged. After some time, he finally recalled that this place was a restricted area in Inyang Cave Heaven, while the vortex in front of him was the entrance to the divine armament world. Back then, he had entered the divine armament world through this portal. There was no time for Yang Kai to think about anything else as his expression suddenly became serious and he quickly sat down cross-legged. A powerful force poured into his small universe, one that enriched its heritage and foundation, allowing his small universe to expand and improve upon itself. This force had no source and was seemingly born out of nothing. Nevertheless, Yang Kai knew that the force came from the divine armament world. He had refined 3 divine armaments, which was equivalent to obtaining 30% of the divine armament world source. In other words, up to 30% of the divine armament world's world force had been injected into his small universe. As this was a training experience, it was as if Yang Kai had obtained this force through diligent cultivation. There were no dangers or discomfort, and the force could perfectly integrate with his own small universe. The influx of the mighty force made his small universe tremble uncontrollably, and even his soul was shaken as a result. A short while later, the situation gradually stabilized. An examination of his body revealed that his cultivation in the 6th order open heaven realm had increased by a large margin. Although he had yet to reach the 7th order open heaven realm, the improvement was more than what he would obtain through many years of intense cultivation. Su Linggong once mentioned that there were several shortcuts when cultivating in the open heaven realm. Undergoing a training experience in a small source world was one of them. It would now seem that those claims were true. Entering the divine armament world had given Yang Kai such rewarding results. If he could enter several more times, it would be easy for him to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm. Becoming a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law sure is beneficial. Yang Kai joyfully opened his eyes only to see a topless old man covered in scars standing in front of him, staring fixedly at him. Yang Kai did not know whether it was his imagination, but he sensed that the old man seemed to be slightly displeased with him and his expression was rather gloomy. "Greetings, ancestor." He quickly bowed. The person in front of him was an 8th-order Inyang Cave Heaven Master and the ancestor who watched over the entrance of the divine armament world. Even Su Linggong had to behave respectfully in front of this man. Yang Kai was no more than a 6th-order open heaven realm master, so naturally he did not dare to act arrogantly in front of an 8th-order open heaven realm master. "Quite a big harvest you got, brat," the supreme elder spoke without emotion. Not understanding the reason for the old man's displeasure, Yang Kai simply answered truthfully, "It's all thanks to you and Martial Uncle Su, ancestor." During their conversation, a stream of light rushed over from not far away and arrived nearby in the blink of an eye. It turned out to be Su Linggong, who probably received a message from the ancestor. "You're out." Su Linggong observed Yang Kai with a measuring gaze. "How was your harvest?" "Many thanks for your concern, Martial Uncle Su. My harvest was not bad," Yang Kai replied with a smile. The Supreme Elder coldly snorted. "It's far better than not bad. The divine armament world lost 30% of its world force in one go. I've never seen something like this before." Su Linggong was absolutely shocked by the news. 30%? Are you mistaken, ancestor? The Supreme Elder's expression was so dark that he was practically dripping with gloom. This old master has managed and watched over the divine armament world for millennia. How can I be mistaken about something like this? If you don't believe me, you can check for yourself. Cold sweat oozed out of Su Linggong's forehead, and he gave a flattering smile. "Please calm yourself, ancestor." This junior simply spoke without thinking. "There is no way you can be mistaken." Then, he turned to glare at Yang Kai. "Smelly brat, did you refine 3 divine armaments?" Yang Kai immediately became guilty. Maybe?" Although he did not understand the situation, he could sense that stealing 30% of the divine armament world's world force had displeased the Supreme Elder to a certain extent. Su Linggong slapped his forehead. What? How bold and reckless. Are you not worried that your stomach might explode? Yang Kai sniffed. I've already refined them. You didn't say I couldn't refine 3 of them, Marshal Uncle Su. He did not dare to mention that he initially planned to refine 6 of the divine armaments as he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Su Linggong was a little speechless. I never imagined that you would refine 3 of them. Most people would be sent back after refining one of the divine armaments. How did you do it? Yang Kai replied. I obtained one of the divine armaments and refined it until only the very last step. Then, I collected a few more divine armaments and repeated the process. Lastly, I refined them all at the same time. That's possible? Su Linggong was dumbfounded. The Supreme Elder snorted softly. Not just anybody can do something like that. Do you know how strong the rejection force of the world is? Even if your method works, you won't be able to refine many if you fail to resist the rejection force. To be able to refine 3 divine armaments is a testimony to your capabilities. Many thanks for your praise, Ancestor. Yang Kai humbly responded. Su Linggong asked with a frown, Ancestor, does that mean that nobody can enter the divine armament world in the near future? The Supreme Elder shook his head. I'm afraid not. Losing 30% of the world force in one go is unprecedented. The divine armament world has suffered a heavy blow, so it will take at least 100 years for it to recover. Su Linggong's expression was stern. 100 years in the outside world is the same as 10,000 years inside the divine armament world. He smacked his hand against the back of Yang Kai's head, nearly sending him flying as he angrily scolded. Look at the good deed you've done, brat. Yang Kai was silent, but he thought to himself, how is it my fault? I didn't know anything about the divine armament world before I entered. Only after entering the divine armament world did I slowly figure out what to do. In any case, it was true that he had enjoyed a huge harvest, so he could not refute anything, lest Su Linggong became angry out of shame. Ancestor, this disciple has a question. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Although the Supreme Elder was sullen, he knew that it was not Yang Kai's fault. After all, nobody told Yang Kai that he could not refine several divine armaments. Upon hearing those words, though, the Supreme Elder asked back, Are you curious about what is happening inside the divine armament world after your departure? Yang Kai was astonished. How did you know, Ancestor? The Supreme Elder snorted. Every single person asks this question when they come out. It's only natural to form some attachment to the world after living there for decades and even centuries. It is human nature. Pausing for a moment, he finally continued. Instead of hearing it from this old master, you should witness the situation yourself. While saying so, he waved his arm lightly and the vortex in front of him suddenly displayed an image. Yang Kai looked closely and saw that the image was of the scene of profound Pilsec's restricted area. A figure was sitting down cross-legged inside the restricted area with a solemn expression. Upon a closer look, Yang Kai became shocked and exclaimed, Isn't that me? The person in the restricted area was identical to him in terms of body shape, appearance, and temperament. There was no difference whatsoever. Why am I still there? Yang Kai was filled with doubts. Su Linggong explained, That's because he is someone that existed in that world in the first place. Existed in that world in the first place? Frowning slightly, Yang Kai vaguely understood Su Linggong's meaning. When he first entered the divine armament world, he had become the eldest senior brother of Void Spirit Sword sect in the blink of an eye. He was around 17 or 18 years old at that point. It was naturally impossible for someone like him to come out of nowhere. He must have truly existed. After all, the entire Void Spirit Sword sect had memories relating to him. But even so, why does that man resemble me completely in appearance and name? Yang Kai was a bit confused. Su Linggong explained, He may have had a different name and appearance before this. But since you have entered the divine armament world for training, the divine armament world naturally adjusted itself to you and prepared all kinds of information belonging to you. It is a fundamental adjustment so that anyone who knew him would not find you unusual. Yang Kai pondered. In that case, does that mean that I have been inside of this person's body all these years in the divine armament world? Su Linggong nodded. That is one way to see it, but it is not exactly like that. In any case, small source worlds are strange and unique places. You will get used to it when you come to train a few more times. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Then he turned his gaze to the scene in the vortex. The Yang Kai over there was a pre-existing being, so he would naturally stay behind once he left. Thanks to him worrying over how Void Spirit Sword Sect would fare once he left the divine armament world, Yang Kai had prepared many fallback plans. But now, it seems like his worries had all been unnecessary. Time flowed differently in the divine armament world than in the outside world, and the difference was huge. Yang Kai had only been thinking for a moment, but much had happened in that time. Profound pill sects higher-ups had poured into the restricted area, but there was no sign of any divine armaments. Not only the 5 divine armaments that Yang Kai brought in disappeared, but even the Medicine King furnace that was originally placed there was gone. Naturally, everyone was shocked. But soon, the Grand Heavens religion and several other sects that possessed divine armaments sent news that the divine armaments in their control had all disappeared at almost the same time. Half a day later, a heavenly phenomenon appeared. 10 streams of light fell across the world, each one emitting the aura of a divine armament. It was then that the inhabitants of the divine armament world realized that a new divine armament tournament was about to begin. This was something that had never happened before. The divine armament tournament occurred once every 100 years, and it had only been around 50 years since the last one. Despite not understanding why such changes would come about, every divine armament tournament was a sweeping event that affected the course of the entire world. Every sect that was strong enough to join the fight would come out to fight for the blessings of their sect's next 100 years of progression. Naturally, the same was true for Profound Pill Sect. Yang Kai saw the group of spirit-grade alchemists and spirit realm masters from Profound Pill Sect that he led fly out in the swirling image to compete with the other great alchemy sects. Uniting their power, they fought against the other great sects and eventually took back the Medicine King furnace. After that, they fought to snatch up the divine armament 10 facets demonic shadow spear without even a pause in between. They were not targeting this particular divine armament for any particular reason. Rather, it was just in close proximity to them. This move seemed to have stirred up the hornet's nest. Profound Pill Sect had always been a sect that was focused on alchemy, so even if they fought in the divine armament tournament, they were only there to compete for the Medicine King furnace. After all, it contained the secrets of the alchemic Tao, so it was not very useful for the other sects even if they got their hands on it. However, this time, Profound Pill Sect's accomplishments in the alchemic Tao had greatly improved, so the result of the fight for the Medicine King furnace was decided early, leaving it with enough time to participate in the other ongoing battles. The many other great forces who were fighting for the 10 facets demonic shadow spear could not tolerate such behavior, so practically all of them joined hands to attack Profound Pill Sect in an effort to get them to back off. However, Profound Pill Sect's achievements in the alchemic Tao were not all that had improved markedly under Yang Kai's guidance. Their overall strength had risen by several levels, too. Especially the 2 guards who had been by Yang Kai's side all these years. Yang Huai and Huarong, who had strength on par with 100 masters all on their own, not to mention the fact that there was also Yang Kai there to show his face personally. A fierce battle went on until the sky turned murky and the earth turned dark, and until both the sun and moon had lost their light. Finally, the 10 facets demonic shadow spear was seized by Profound Pill Sect. Naturally, Profound Pill Sect were the greatest winners of this tournament. Not only did they regain the Medicine King furnace, they were also able to take home the 10 facets demonic shadow spear. Throughout history, this was the first time that a single great force was able to make away with 2 different divine armaments. The power of Profound Pill Sect shocked the world, even more so the powers of Yang Kai and his 2 subordinates. They never imagined that a sect that was supposedly only known for their alchemy would be so strong, and Yang Kai himself was revered as the strongest under the heavens. Just like leaving a soul clone behind in the divine armament world, it can exert as much power as you have cultivated in the divine armament world. Su Linggong explained while pointing to Yang Kai's figure that was reflected in the vortex. Yang Kai grinned. In that case, I can rest assured. He did notice this fact when he was watching the fight earlier, as it was just like watching his soul clone exert the same powers he had cultivated in the divine armament world. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so invincible. The lifespan of the beings in the divine armament world is not great, and even the most outstanding ones live only a few hundred years. Naturally, as a native of the divine armament world, your soul clone is also not free from these shackles. In a few hundred years, no matter his cultivation, he will eventually die. Su Linggong sighed, seemingly filled with some emotion. Several hundred is enough. Yang Kai nodded his head. If he could protect Void Spirit Sword Sect and Profound Pill Sect for several centuries, then his efforts would not have been in vain. There were no sects that remained prosperous forever, and there was no need for him to think about how Profound Pill Sect and Void Spirit Sword Sect would fare in a few hundred or thousand years. Let's go, Su Linggong called out to him. You will eventually come upon the opportunity to enter another small source world, so you can take this as a learning experience. After bidding the Supreme Elder goodbye, the pair sped off on their way. Yang Kai followed by Su Linggong's side and asked, Martial Uncle Su, didn't you say before that there were 3 small source worlds in Inyang Heaven? Don't even think about it? Su Linggong glared at him. You took away 30% of the divine armament world's world force after entering it once. Are those benefits still not enough for you? Do you want to ruin the other 2 as well? Yang Kai scratched his nose embarrassedly. I was just asking. Martial Uncle Su need not be so angry. Su Linggong coldly snorted and remembered that Yang Kai was still Inyang Heaven's son-in-law and the future husband of his treasured disciple. So he could not help but say, It is not that this king does not wish to let you enter the other 2 small source worlds, but they are not as high level as the divine armament world. Small source worlds are also separated into different ranks. You can get a lot of benefits by entering and training in the divine armament world, but the other small source worlds won't give you much no matter how hard you train. Instead, you will be taking up the places of other Inyang Heaven disciples. For Inyang Cave Heaven, the losses are not worth the gains. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. Are the small source world also separated into high, mid, and low ranks, just like world fruits? Yes, you can say that, so you better know how to be grateful. Su Linggong nodded. Yang Kai cupped his fist. No matter what, I must give my thanks to Martial Uncle Su for granting me this opportunity. If not for Su Linggong, then he might not have been able to enter the divine armament world and gain such great benefits. He was also a little apologetic to have severely damaged the foundation of the divine armament world. You are Chuer's future husband, so it is only natural that I would treat you well. Otherwise, Chuer will become condemned to the life of a widow if you were to be killed off outside. Su Linggong waved his hand generously. How is senior sister Chu doing now? Su Linggong coldly snorted. She has only been confined so that she may cultivate in a quiet environment. So what do you think? It is for her benefit too. Her foundation is not stable since she has just advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm. Even if she were not punished in this way, she would still need time to stabilize her foundation. In any case, it is only 100 years. For open heaven realm cultivators like us, it is no more than the snap of one's fingers, so don't worry about it. What's more, her senior brother Qing and senior sister Su will take good care of her. Then I can rest assured. Yang Kai nodded. Now that this is over, I should also be returning. I will come again to visit senior sister in a century. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Su Linggong stopped him. Have you forgotten what mess you caused on the prison star? You will surely die if you leave like this. Yang Kai blinked. Even though it had only been just a short month in the outside world, he had spent many decades training in the divine armament world. Many of the memories he had were just like those of a past life. Pondering for a moment, Yang Kai finally recalled, Thousand Cranes Paradise? Su Linggong grunted. Do you really think that Thousand Cranes Paradise will let you go after you beat Zhao Xing to death on the prison star? Yang Kai sighed. Naturally I do not. But it is a blessing, not a curse, and even if it were a curse, it cannot be avoided. It is for the best that you understand that, after all, Zhao Xing was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise. He was expected to advance into the 8th Order Open Heaven realm in the future, and he had only broken through to the 6th Order less than 100 years before dying at your hands. One could say that Thousand Cranes Paradise has become incensed after this situation. You must know that anyone who can advance into the 6th Order directly is a rare talent, even for the cave heavens and paradises. Only one appears maybe every 1,000 years or so. Yes, I am aware. If it were any ordinary disciple, then it would not have mattered for them. The rules of my Inyang Heavens Tao Theory Assembly were public knowledge, and Thousand Cranes Paradise is more or less still concerned about their face. Right now, the reason that Thousand Cranes Paradise is enduring this grudge is because they do not wish to sour relations with my Inyang Cave Heaven. However, if you leave by yourself, Thousand Cranes Paradise will definitely make a move. With their abilities, it will not be a difficult matter for them to get rid of you without anyone knowing. When that happens, there is nothing our Inyang Cave Heaven can say, either. But this junior cannot hide in Inyang Heaven forever. Wait a few days. I will arrange for someone to send you out. Yang Kai pondered about it but did not refuse his good intentions and just cupped his fist. Then I shall trouble you, Martial Uncle Su. After Yang Kai returned to his temporary residence, Hui Gu immediately came up to greet him. Sir. Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. Only then did he remember how he had subordinated Hui Gu using the loyalty list during the Tao Theory Assembly on the prison star, and also used his power to kill many prisoners. The several dozen years of training that he went through in the divine armament world felt as though he had lived another lifetime, leaving him disoriented about events that took place only days ago in the outside world. So much had happened that everything now seemed a bit surreal. Qing Kuei had specially come to congratulate him when he learned of Yang Kai's return from the divine armament world, and even brought a lot of good wine with him. The two of them chatted up a storm over drinks, having a good time. Qing Kuei was envious that Yang Kai was able to refine 30% of the divine armament world's world force. He had also entered the divine armament world a long time ago, so he naturally knew about the situation inside the small source world. However, like all the other Inyang Cave Heaven disciples over the ages, he was only able to refine 10% of its source strength. It was not that he did not wish to refine 30% of its power, but rather, he could not. The 10 great divine armaments were manifestations of the world's source. Once refined, one would be repelled from the world, and forcibly staying was a difficult task. While you were in the divine armament world, Honored Master personally visited Thousand Cranes Paradise to talk about Zhao Xing's matter. However, Thousand Cranes Paradise kept an ambiguous attitude, and it seems like they will not be letting the matter go so simply. You should be wary in the future. Qing Kuei warned Yang Kai lightly while draining the wine in his cup. I know. Martial Uncle Su has already told me about this. Qing Kuei sighed. In fact, you shouldn't be blamed for this matter. It was Zhao Xing who first picked a fight with you on the prison star. He intended to kill you for glory, so as far as I'm concerned, he inflicted this misfortune upon himself. Regardless, he's dead, and Thousand Cranes Paradise will surely argue for an explanation. Fortunately, my Inyang Cave Heaven is no pushover, so Thousand Cranes Paradise won't be able to take any overt actions. Remember though, a spear in the light is easily avoided, but an arrow in the dark may not be so. Nothing so far has indicated they won't use hidden means to attack you. These old foxes have lived for countless years, after all, so none of them are easy to deal with. Many thanks, Senior Brother Qing, for worrying about me. I will definitely be careful in the future. Yang Kai nodded. A few days later, a great ship slowly sailed out from Inyang Cave Heaven. 2 flags flew high, carrying the characters Yin and Yang, the signboard of Inyang Cave Heaven. Other than the cultivators atop the great ship, there were Yang Kai and Hui Gu, the master and servant duo. At the bow of the ship, Yang Kai cupped his fist. Martial Uncle Su, I will be off now. Su Linggong stood with his hands behind his back and nodded lightly. Go. Cultivate well when you return to the Void Land. Avoid going out without reason and do your best to advance into the 7th Order as soon as possible. If you encounter any troubles, then you can get someone to send a message over, and this monarch will help you. Many thanks, Martial Uncle Su. Yang Kai also turned to Qing Kuei and Su Yingyu. Senior Brother Qing, Senior Brother Su. I leave Senior Sister Chu under your care. Qing Kuei grinned. Rest assured, we will not let Chuer suffer any grievances. The Green Mountains will remain. Hurry up and shut up. Shu Shu. Su Ling Gong waved his hands impatiently. Yang Kai coughed. Farewell. The great ship set out slowly, but in a moment, it sped up, sailing as swiftly as the wind. It was so quick that in just several hours, they had already arrived at Inyang Territory's territory gate. A dazzling layer of light enveloped the great ship, resisting the shock and vibrations from the warping of space as they passed through the gate. When Yang Kai regained his senses, the great ship had already left the Inyang territory. Of course, there were other cultivators on the ship to operate it, so Yang Kai did not need to worry about anything. He just stood on the deck, silently cultivating. Entering his consciousness, he checked on the benefits he gained from the divine armament world. In the small universe that existed within each open heaven realm master was one's Tao essence that had been accumulated throughout their lives. In the process of advancing into the open heaven realm, a cultivator's Tao seal would disintegrate and dissolve into their small universe, and the Tao seal was the condensed existence of a cultivator's own grand Tao. It could be said that a cultivator's grand Tao had completely merged into their small universe through this process. The most fundamental part of Yang Kai's small universe was the Tao of space. Other than that, there was the alchemic Tao, spear Tao, sword Tao, and so on. Right now, he was very conscious of the fact that something extra had appeared in his small universe. The Tao essence of the alchemic Tao and the spear Tao was much more condensed, but the most significant change was to his sword Tao essence. This was obviously a result he gained from his time in the divine armament world. He was able to refine the Medicine King Furnace, the 10 Facets Demonic Shadow Spear, and the True Void Sword. 3 great divine armaments which represented separate grand Tao had naturally been integrated into his small universe. Not only had the heritage of his small universe been strengthened, but even his Tao essence had been condensed. If there were living beings existing within his small universe, then they would have the opportunity to explore the mysteries of the grand Tao through the perception and study of these Tao essences, which would allow them to gain speedy developments in the alchemic Tao, sword Tao, and spear Tao. However, though Yang Kai's small universe had been brought from ethereal to corporeal, no different from a true high-rank open heaven realm master's, he did not intend to place any living beings inside. Even though his cultivation was not bad, there were still differences between him and a true high-rank open heaven realm master. If he encountered a strong enemy, his small universe could be shaken. If disturbed to a certain extent, the beings living inside of that small universe would definitely be affected as well, and in that situation it would be no less than a natural disaster for them. And it was because of this consideration that even true high-rank open heaven realm cultivators seldom placed living beings in their small universes, even though they knew that the existence of such living beings inside of their small universe would help to strengthen its heritage and enhance the world force. Only those high-rank open heaven realm masters who had great confidence in their own strength, or those who do not care about the lives of ordinary beings, would recklessly choose to raise beings in their small universes. While investigating, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and raised his eyes in a certain direction. What he saw was a ship floating silently in the void. On the deck were 2 figures, one behind the other, looking in his direction with sharp, piercing gazes. Even from a great distance, Yang Kai could feel the deep-seated hatred engraved in their eyes. Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly. "Sir." Huigu had also noticed the unusual situation and quickly moved over. "We have no idea who they are, but they seem to be very hostile towards us." Yang Kai was indifferent. "That man is an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, Suoquan Hui." Huigu was shocked. An inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise? Any inner elder from a paradise or cave heaven was a high-rank open heaven realm master. Coming to his senses, Huigu asked, "Sir, is this the same man who brought Zhao Xing, the one whom Sir killed on the prison star?" Yang Kai nodded. Because of Yang Kai's interference, each cave heaven and paradise was forced to send their 6th order open heaven realm disciples into the Tao Theory Assembly, and Zhao Xing was the representative from Thousand Cranes Paradise. In the end, he was killed on the prison star by Yang Kai. Zuoquan Hui was Zhao Xing's honored master. So how could he rest easy knowing that his disciple died a miserable death at the hands of another? Once the Tao Theory assembly ended, he wanted to attack Yang Kai to take revenge for his disciple's death but was stopped by Su Linggong. Helpless, he had no choice but simply to leave with Zhao Xing's corpse. According to Qing Kuei, Su Linggong had specially taken a trip to Thousand Cranes Paradise for that matter, but Thousand Cranes Paradise showed an ambiguous stance. However, Yang Kai did not expect Zuoquan Hui to actually be waiting here. As a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, Zuoquan Hui was not an opponent Yang Kai could defeat, though escaping should be no problem. As such, he did not panic even after seeing Zuoquan Hui. What's more, this great ship flew Inyang Cave Heaven's banner, so if Zuoquan Hui dared to attack him, it would be the same as smashing Inyang Cave Heaven's signboard, which would trigger Inyang Cave Heaven's people to try to settle accounts with him. Obviously, as an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, this point was still clear to him. Facts proved that Zuoquan Hui was not a reckless man. Though he had been waiting here even after seeing Yang Kai, he showed no intention to attack. Only the murderous look in his eyes was exceptionally intense. He was staring so intently at Yang Kai that he almost seemed to want to stare him to death. A few moments later, they each disappeared from each other's view. Huigu heaved a sigh of relief. On Thousand Cranes Paradise's ship, Zuoquan Hui shut his eyes, and his face twisted into a somewhat grim look. "Honored Master, are we just letting him go?" the woman who had been standing behind him this whole time asked. This woman did not show up at the Tao Theory assembly, but her aura, which she had unconsciously been releasing, indicated she was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. "If I do not let him go, do you expect me to force him to stay?" Zuoquan Hui took a deep breath and barked through gritted teeth. "Su Linggong, that old fart is too much. He must have suspected that this monarch would be waiting here for that brat. So he sent him off on a damn Inyang Cave Heaven ship. If I make a move here, then I will be waging war against Inyang Cave Heaven. Does that mean that we can never get vengeance for junior brother Zhao?" The woman was reluctant to accept this result. Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted. "This grudge is absolutely irreconcilable, so there is no way I will let it be just like that. Su Linggong can protect him now, but he will not be able to do so forever. Come, let us return to the sect." Turning around, he walked into the cabin. The woman stood on the deck, looking in the direction where Inyang Cave Heaven's ship left with hatred in her eyes. Only after a long time did she finally stomp away. After ordering Huigu to stay and keep watch on deck, Yang Kai returned to his cabin to cultivate and refine some Open Heaven pills. Despite knowing that Zuoquan Hui would not be so reckless as to dare make a move against Inyang Cave Heaven's ship, Yang Kai couldn't afford to be careless. Who knew whether that old man would become overwhelmed with hatred and do something rash? Fortunately, as a Thousand Cranes Paradise inner elder, Zuoquan Hui was also bound by all sorts of rules and would not take the risk to provoke an existence as great as Inyang Cave Heaven alone. So, he did not take any action at all, and had long disappeared out of sight. Cultivation in the Open Heaven realm was a matter of perseverance. Even though Yang Kai had gained huge benefits in the divine armament world and increased his strength greatly, he did not simply rest on his laurels and continued to refine many Open Heaven pills on the journey back. After a short period of time, he finally returned to Void Territory. When they received news of his return, everyone in Void Territory came to greet him. Inyang Cave Heaven's ship did not linger for long, leaving as soon as it sent Yang Kai safely back to Voidland. Even though Yang Kai tried to get them to stay, they were under orders from Inyang Cave Heaven to not remain a moment longer than necessary. Yang Kai had no choice but to prepare some gifts for them and then see them off. Half a day later, in the main conference hall, everyone was gathered. Yang Kai sat boldly and uninhibitedly in the head position, looking out at the masses before him with a gratified look on his face. When he thought back to the time when he first took over Voidland, there were only a handful of Open Heaven Realm Masters around him, but now just sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters were plentiful. The proprietress Lan Yu Rua Yuhi Mo Mei, the three mountain lords from Profound Yang Mountain that he recruited from Shadowless Cave Heaven, Maozhe, Gengqing, and Zhouya, There were also the two island masters who submitted to him on Twin Spirit Island, the couple Huayong and Shu Mudan, and now there was the new Huigu. There were a total of 9, and that was without counting Yang Kai himself. If he were counted among them, then there would be 10 of them. There were some 20 cultivators in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm as well. Lu Shui, Pang Duo, Gongyang Shi, Mu Qianxian, Jin Yuanlang, Fan Wu Xian, as well as others who came from Abundant City and the Shadowless Cave Heaven. The ones in the Fourth Order were even more difficult to count. Right now, the Void Land could be said to be full of talents. Compared to other great forces, the ratio of Open Heaven realm masters present in each order was quite abnormal. A heritage of 10 Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters was not considered weak, even considering the entire 3,000 worlds. In fact, excluding the Cave Heavens and Paradises, Void Land could be said to be a top great force now. However, if a great force had 9 Sixth Order masters, then there would generally be at least 100 Fifth Order masters, or even more. However, Void Land only had around 20 or 30. The root of all this is that all of the Open Heaven realm members had entered Void Land halfway through and were not cultivated by Void Land itself, which threw the ratio out of balance. However, this was not a big deal. The cultivators who could sit here, regardless of their origins and previous state of cultivation, were loyal to Void Land. News of Yang Kai's travel to Inyang Cave Heaven to participate in the Tao Theory Assembly and subsequently becoming its champion had long spread to the 3,000 worlds, so Void Land had naturally heard about it too. At the moment, Yang Kai had no idea whether to laugh or cry, as he was surrounded by congratulations from all directions. Before going to Inyang Cave Heaven, he never expected things to come to this either. However, what happened, and no matter what, he was now a Inyang Cave Heaven son-in-law. Yang Kai also introduced Huigu to everyone, and they all welcomed him warmly. Huigu felt a little flattered, as to be honest. He never thought that Void Land would have such a strong heritage before he arrived here. He was especially surprised by the number of Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters like him. Without even mentioning the many Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters sitting in the main hall, Huigu could vaguely feel an aura coming from somewhere deep in Void Land that made his heart clench tight. The aura was certainly hidden and obscure, but its occasional fluctuation made it impossible to ignore. This Void Land had to be much more than what he could perceive. There may be more powerful forces hidden inside. However, now was not the time to be asking questions. Since he had already come to Void Land with Yang Kai, he could slowly figure it out in the future. He suddenly felt as if he had found an amazing boss. This time, I won the Tao Theory Assembly, but I also got into a bit of trouble. Yang Kai looked at the crowd below. During the Tao Theory Assembly, I beat one of Thousand Crane's Paradise's disciples to death. Everyone was shocked to hear that. They had already known that Yang Kai was able to win the competition, but they did not learn much else besides that. It was only now that they realized what explosive things had happened during the events of the Tao Theory Assembly. The corner of Old Bai's eye twitched as he asked, what order was that man's cultivation, and what was his position in Thousand Crane's Paradise? Yang Kai glanced at him and scratched his nose awkwardly. Sixth Order Open Heaven. In terms of position, similar to Chu Huashang from Inyang Cave Heaven. Old Bai sucked in a breath of cold air. He also frowned. That sounds like big trouble. Suddenly thinking of something, she looked up at Yang Kai. Is it because of this reason that Inyang Cave Heaven escorted young master home? Yang Kai nodded sincerely. During my return, we bumped into a Thousand Crane's Paradise elder. If not for Inyang Cave Heaven's signboard, then I'm afraid he would have made his move right then and there. He was thoughtful. Since that man is an elder of Thousand Crane's Paradise, then he would not dare to take the risk of offending Inyang Cave Heaven openly, which was why he held back. However, according to this situation, that man will surely not give up there. Mo Mei chimed in. Did Inyang Cave Heaven not say anything? The Tao Theory Assembly was held by them after all. They would be held responsible if anything were to happen. Senior Sister Chu's honored master, Su Linggong, personally went to Thousand Crane's Paradise to negotiate, but the latter did not give their clear opinion on the matter. In any case, it would be best if Thousand Crane's Paradise is willing to let the matter go. Otherwise, There are troops for the enemy, and earth for floods. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'm merely telling you this so that you may all be more careful in the future. Don't be taken advantage of by some unscrupulous people. With the current power of Voidland, there was little need for them to worry. They had 2 mature divine spirits to watch over them, and they were also protected by the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Unless Thousand Cranes Paradise was willing to mobilize several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, it would be impossible for them to do anything to Voidland directly. Heavenly Sword Union that led the 100 Sects Alliance was proof of that. Everyone cupped their fists. Yes. Yang Kai then turned his head to Old Bai. How is Proprietress doing now? Have you heard anything? Old Bai shook his head. She is still in retreat. Advancing to the 7th Order cannot be achieved overnight. Yang Kai nodded. Pay close attention to any changes in her situation. If there is news, contact me immediately. Old Bai grinned. Will do. Good. Everyone disperse. Go and attend to your own matters. Second manager. Arrange Hui Gu's accommodations. Bian Yuqing immediately stood up and answered, Yes. Voidland was not small now. But Yang Kai still had little to manage as Bian Yuqing was taking care of everything. However, this delayed her cultivation efforts a lot. Among those who came here from the star boundary, many of the Peak Emperor Realm Masters had already condensed their Dao seals and begun refining resources of the various orders to make preparations for advancing to the Open Heaven Realm. However, Bian Yuqing had not even been able to condense her Dao seal yet. She had sacrificed a lot for the sake of Voidland. However, Yang Kai had his own arrangements for her, and he would naturally not neglect her. With the divine Dao water, ensuring her future of advancing directly into the mid-rank Open Heaven Realm would be no problem. After returning to Voidland, Yang Kai had been living a comfortable and peaceful life. Besides refining Open Heaven pills and some other cultivation resources each day, he would either play chess with Bai Shi or walk around the Star City. Void Territory Star City was now famous all over the 3,000 worlds, and the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill was always in high demand. After all, this pill could raise the success rate of a cultivator advancing into the Open Heaven Realm. Any cultivator with a bit of wealth would want to acquire such a pill. However, the only ones who could refine the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill in this world was Voidland. The other great forces could not refine this pill even if they got the pill recipe, but this couldn't be helped as its primary ingredient, World Source Liquid, was too rare. This was something that was created only at the birth of a new world, and in the 3,000 worlds which universe world was newly formed. The Star City brought great wealth to Voidland, which was enough to supply the cultivation needs of its many disciples. The only problem faced by Voidland was the difficulty in finding Yin and Yang element treasures for advancing into the 6th Order. These 2 items were rare resources even for the major cave heavens and paradises, so finding them was extremely difficult. Even though Voidland was not short of money, it had not been able to buy many of these resources over the years. However, the great emperors who came from the star boundary, as well as Yang Kai's wives, all needed these 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures in order to advance into the Open Heaven Realm. Without these, they could not advance. Currently, the Star City's top priority was to acquire these 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures in order to ensure a smooth advancement for the great emperors. While Yang Kai was having a headache over this matter, thinking about where he was going to find these resources, he received a piece of good news. Gathering Yuan Union's Lu Jing had come to visit. According to their deal, Lu Jing followed Yang Kai during the Dao Theory Assembly for protection, which allowed him to return safely from the prison star. Otherwise, with Lu Jing's 4th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, it was uncertain whether or not he would have survived in that harsh environment. Before entering the prison star, Lu Jing had agreed to pay Yang Kai with a 6th Order Yang element treasure as a reward for keeping him safe. After the Dao Theory Assembly, Lu Jing returned alongside his elders to gathering Yuan Union's great territory, and after much time had passed, he received no news from him. Yang Kai even thought that this guy was going to go back on his word. Yang Kai never expected Lu Jing to visit in person on this day. It seemed like even though this guy's cultivation was not very high, he was still a man of integrity. But upon further thought, Yang Kai realized that this was not strange. Gathering Yuan Union was a mercantile alliance, with merchant ships that did business with many forces across the 3,000 worlds. As merchants, trust was their greatest commodity, so they would never renege on their debts. Lu Jing was flattered that Yang Kai received him personally. In the reception hall, Lu Jing handed over a jade box. Senior Brother Yang, here is the purple Yang jade, a 6th order Yang elements treasure. Please accept it as this little brother's thanks to Senior Brother for the care he received on the prison star. Yang Kai did not stand on ceremony and reached out to accept it with a smile. Brother Lu is too polite. What I did on the prison star was just a simple thing. Lu Jing responded. To Senior Brother Yang it may just be a small effort, but to me, it is a life-saving grace. The masters on the prison star were as plentiful as the clouds. A petty 4th order open heaven realm master like me would hardly have survived without Senior Brother Yang's care. Yang Kai laughed. Brother Lu does not have to be so modest. Even though the prison star was dangerous, it was not so perilous that a 4th order open heaven realm master could not survive. Brother Lu is so generous, so obviously, Brother Lu has a high status in gathering Yuan Union, right? Lu Jing smiled proudly. Currently, the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union is my father. Yang Kai nodded lightly. I had guessed as much, but why has Brother Lu only achieved a trivial 4th order with such a background? Lu Jing laughed bitterly. Financial power is not everything. My aptitude was not high, so even reaching the 4th order now has taken my father a lot of energy and resources. Otherwise, with my aptitude, we would be thanking the heavens even if I could reach the 3rd order. With some thought, it did seem to be so. The most important part that decided one's initial order in the open heaven realm was aptitude. Without a strong enough Dao seal, it was simply impossible for one to bear too strong of an impact, and with that, there was naturally no way of achieving a higher order. However, Lu Jing's status was also not low. His father was the Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union, which made him the young Union Master, which was not far from what Yang Kai had guessed before. Brother Lu, I have a business deal I want to propose to Gathering Yuan Union. I wonder whether Gathering Yuan Union is interested? Yang Kai looked eagerly at him with a smile. Lu Jing laughed in response. Our Gathering Yuan Union's doors are always open to new opportunities. As long as there is business to do, we are naturally interested. Young Union Master, the 2 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had been standing by Lu Jing's side all this while suddenly called out to him before going down to a whisper, Union Master has asked you to return immediately after delivering the item. He says he wishes to make arrangements for your betrothal. Lu Jing's face turned dark. I have my own plans for marriage. What is he concerned about? The man responded, That is what the Union Master ordered. Young Union Master, please do not make things difficult for this humble one. Lu Jing now had an awkward look on his face. Yang Kai glanced at the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was speaking with interest. There was no way that he would not know that he was merely speaking like this because Gathering Yuan Union was unwilling to have too many entanglements with Void Land. Since Gathering Yuan Union mainly focused on trade, they were indeed open to all in terms of business. However, Yang Kai had killed Zhao Xing in the Dao Theory Assembly, which was an insult to Thousand Cranes Paradise. Thus, Gathering Yuan Union was not willing to draw heat onto itself. When Lu Jing came here, it was likely that his father had warned him about this beforehand. Otherwise, it was unlikely for these 5th Order Open Heaven Realm guards to overstep their boundaries. There is no place for you to interfere when I'm speaking to Senior Brother Yang. Get out! Lu Jing scolded. Yang Kai raised his hand. Since Brother Lu's father is thinking of arranging Brother Lu's betrothal, then I will not keep you here. However, I will be troubling Brother Lu to pass on a message to your father when you return. Lu Jing responded earnestly. Please speak, Senior Brother Yang. Please report to your father that my Void Land would like to make developments in the dealing of our Heavenly Yuan stabilizing pill. If he is willing, then I will allow the Gathering Yuan Union to represent us in auctioning them. Lu Jing could not help but feel moved by the offer, and even the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Guard who spoke earlier had a surprised look on his face. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was famous across the 3,000 worlds. There was no one who had not heard of it. Many people had their eyes on the spirit pill, but Voidland was the only producer of it. Others were simply unable to refine it. Voidland Star City was able to reach such a scale solely because of the heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. It can be said that this spirit pill was practically the foundation of Voidland's development. If they were able to get a share in this business, then that would be a big deal for Gathering Yuan Union. They may be able to rise to even greater heights with help from this arrangement. If Voidland was willing to be generous, then what they want must not be small either. Lu Jing understood that, so he asked, "May I know what Senior Brother Yang wishes to gain from my Gathering Yuan Union?" Yang Kai smiled. Gathering Yuan Union's merchant ships are spread across the 3,000 worlds. With such a wide range of trade routes and so many eyes and ears available, finding sixth-order Yin and Yang element treasures should be no problem, right? Lu Jing laughed bitterly at that. Senior Brother Yang has given me a difficult task. Such resources are very scarce, and that is true no matter where you look. After a pause, he added, "How many is Senior Brother Yang looking for?" Yang Kai answered, "Naturally, as many as you can find." Lu Jing laughed and pondered for a moment. "This is a big deal, so I am unable to make the decision. Indeed, this matter has to be referred to my father. So as to not delay matters, I will take my leave now so that I may return to Senior Brother Yang with news as soon as possible." Yang Kai did not keep him any longer and stood up. "Let me see you off." The two left the hall side by side, and having suddenly thought of something, Lu Jing suddenly went into a whisper. "Has Senior Brother Yang heard something recently?" Yang Kai glanced at him. "What does Brother Lu mean?" "About Thousand Cranes Paradise." "Thousand Cranes Paradise?" Yang Kai raised a brow and shook his head. "Nothing. What do you know, Brother Lu?" Lu Jing told him. Thousand Cranes Paradise's elder, Zuoquan Hui, has rebelled from the sect alongside those from his lineage. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and stared straight at him. Lu Jing shrugged. "I'm not joking. When it happened, one of Gathering Yuan Union's vice-union masters just happened to be doing some work at Thousand Cranes Paradise. That is when he came upon that situation. When he returned and reported the matter to my father, I happened to hear a thing or two." "When did this happen?" Yang Kai frowned. Lu Jing responded, "Counting back, it should have happened around 2 or 3 months ago. 2 or 3 months, that was around the same time as when he returned to Voidland. Why was there no news in the outside world about such a huge event?" Yang Kai was confused. There is no way that Thousand Cranes Paradise would want to make a loud announcement of such an embarrassing situation. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master and an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise. If he rebels from his sect, then it would mean the loss of face for Thousand Cranes Paradise. However, such a matter obviously cannot be hidden for long. Just watch, everyone will know about it within half a year. While chatting, they had already arrived at where Gathering Yuan Union's ship was docked. Lu Jing cupped his fist. "Senior Brother Yang, please wait. I will report to my father about your proposal, and I will come again if there is any news." "Many thanks, Brother Lu." Yang Kai nodded. After watching Gathering Yuan Union's ship depart, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he could vaguely sense an impending storm. Zuoquan Hui was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master and an inner elder of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so how could he have turned against his sect so simply? He was not the only 7th-order master in Thousand Cranes Paradise, and as one of the 72 paradises, they would surely have some 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters keeping watch. If Zuoquan Hui really did turn against his sect, then he would have been apprehended almost immediately. From that fact alone, Yang Kai could guess that Zuoquan Hui's rebellion was just a show they had put on for the outside world. Yin Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly was presided over by Su Ling Gong, who said before it began that this was not a children's game. It was a competition to choose a suitor for Chu Huashang, and no reprisals were to be pursued regardless of the lives lost during its course. Even though these words were spoken by Su Ling Gong, he was representing Yin Cave Heaven. If someone really did try and get revenge afterwards, that would be slapping Su Ling Gong in the face and smashing Yin Cave Heaven's signboard. Inyang Cave Heaven would not let the matter rest after such an insult, and even without anyone else to stand up to the matter, Inyang Cave Heaven themselves would put an end to it. Thousand Cranes Paradise did not wish to make the situation too stiff either, and provoke Inyang Cave Heaven's reputation for the sake of a lost disciple. However, Zhao Xing was still a core disciple, and he could not die in vain. Thousand Cranes Paradise's reputation was still important to them. Zuoquan Hui's rebellion from Thousand Cranes Paradise meant he had cut off his relationship with them, and as the deceased's honored master, he could rightfully avenge his dead disciple. This matter would have nothing to do with Thousand Cranes Paradise in that case. If Inyang Cave Heaven wished to blame anyone, then the only one they could blame was the rebel, Zuoquan Hui. Furthermore, Inyang Cave Heaven may not necessarily come out to say anything about the matter. One was a cave heaven and the other was a paradise. Surpassing Thousand Cranes Paradise to the point where they made such a choice was already Inyang Cave Heaven's limit, and Thousand Cranes Paradise had already taken a step back on the matter. Naturally, Inyang Cave Heaven would take a step back as well. And this step was most likely their refusal to interfere in the feud between Yang Kai and Zuoquan Hui. After some thought, Yang Kai quickly worked out the relationships in this matter, and he could not help but sneer. Zuoquan Hui was blinded by hatred, and he was most likely not going to be letting him go. Yang Kai was just about to contact Bian Yuqing when he saw two streams of light coming from the distance as soon as he looked up, and one of them happened to be her. Sect Master! Bian Yuqing saluted after landing, a troubled look on her face. However, the person next to her fell to their knees and wailed, "Heavenly Monarch, please do something." Yang Kai frowned at them, quickly recognizing their identity. "You are Three Brilliance's world's world lord, Pang Xiaoyuan?" Void Land was not the only great force in Void territory. There existed 7 third-class great forces, and a dozen or so universe worlds, all of them with histories far longer than Yang Kai's reign in this place. Back then, when Yang Kai established Void Land, these third-class great forces and universe worlds sent their representatives over to congratulate him and even helped a lot to rebuild Void Land. So, the 7 third-class great forces can all be considered subordinate forces of Void Land, and they were considered allies. The dozen universe worlds were essentially considered subjects of Void Land who were able to send over some talents to join Void Land once in a while. Among the dozen or so universe worlds, one of them was Three Brilliance's world, and the strongest master of that world was the man in front of Yang Kai now, Pang Xiaoyuan. However, even though this man aspired to achieve the Fourth Order or even Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, he was still merely in the Emperor realm right now. "Please, Heavenly Monarch, save the people of my Three Brilliance's world." Pang Xiaoyuan kowtowed to him, bashing his forehead to the ground in loud thuds. "Stand up and speak." Yang Kai reached out to pick him up, confused. "What happened?" Bian Yuqing hurriedly explained. Someone stormed into Three Brilliance's world and began slaughtering people indiscriminately. Three Brilliance's world has sustained heavy damage. When he realized that things were beyond his ability to handle, World Lord Peng decided to come and seek help. Yang Kai's pupils shrank. Just earlier, Lu Jing had just warned him that Zuoquan Hui had rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise. And now, Three Brilliance's world had fallen into danger. He could not help but think of something. Luring a snake out of its hole. Yang Kai's face turned grim. Void Land was guarded by 2 mature divine spirits, which was a well-known fact. There was also the 9 heavenly layers grand array. To break through such defensive power, several 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters would have to join hands. Even if Zuoquan Hui wanted to avenge his disciple, he would not be foolish enough to come directly to Void Land. He would have to lure Yang Kai out instead. Three Brilliance's world was just caught in the crossfire. Otherwise, how could Pang Xiaoyuan, a trivial Emperor Realm Master, be able to escape? Since Zuoquan Hui wished to lure the snake out of the hole, it was only natural that he needed someone to pass on the news. However, Zuoquan Hui was still a man from a paradise, and also a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how could he be so merciless as to lay his hands on a universe world? It had to be known that universe worlds were the foundation of the entire 3,000 worlds. Was he not afraid of damaging his reputation with such rash actions? Bian Yuqing had no idea what Yang Kai meant by that assessment, but she could vaguely tell that something was not right. Void Land possessed extraordinary strength these days, and Three Brilliance's world was a subject of Void Land. How could anyone be so brave as to cause trouble under Void Land's eyes? They were clearly doing this on purpose. Heavenly Monarch, we must hurry. Lives are at stake. If we delay any further, then it will be too late. These vile people are strong, and I have no idea what order of the open heaven realm they are in, but even a single move can cause devastating damage. I'm afraid it would not take too long for them to tear apart the entire Three Brilliance's world. Pang Xiaoyan begged anxiously. Yang Kai nodded. I know. I will go immediately. With that said, he rushed to the sky while urgently telling Bian Yuqing to pass on his orders. After watching Yang Kai disappear into the distance, Pang Xiaoyuan fell powerlessly to the ground. Bian Yuqing reassured him, World Lord Peng need not worry. Sect Master will naturally deal with the enemy. You should go and rest. I still have things to attend to, so I will not be accompanying you. After calling over a Void Land disciple to bring Pang Xiaoyuan to a guest room, Bian Yuqing took out her communication bead and sent out a series of messages. In the blink of an eye, the Sixth Order and Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters scattered all over gathered together. Three Brilliance's world was an Azure Universe world, which was slightly larger than the star boundary. Whether it be in world energy or world principles, it was slightly better than the star boundary, so cultivating in Three Brilliance's world was much easier. Yang Kai transformed into a ray of light and kept on pushing his space principles as he closed in on his destination in merely a cup of tea's time. When he looked down from the void, Yang Kai felt so furious that his eyes could pop. The universe world, which used to be azure, was now covered in pits and wounds. Even from the void, he could see the large cracks that spanned across the land. Black smoke was rising in the air and hot magma was erupting. Even the seawater was rolling black. Clearly, the world's vitality had been damaged greatly. Back then, a single emotion could stir up a huge mess in the star boundary, which almost led to the extinction of all life, so there was no need to mention what an even stronger Open Heaven Realm Master could do if they ran amok in the Three Brilliance's world. For the one behind this, all the living that exist within the Three Brilliance's world were merely ants to them, easily slaughtering them without any resistance, which showed how heartless this person was. Somewhere in Three Brilliance's world, a violent energy fluctuation emerged. Yang Kai looked over in that direction. Across a distance of several tens of thousands of kilometers, his gaze pierced through the void and could vaguely see a person wielding their power recklessly, leaving a reign of terror wherever they passed. A city, inhabited by tens of thousands, was flipped over in just a single blow, annihilating everyone in a mere instant. Courting death, Yang Kai was seeing red and his murderous intent surged. Grabbing the air, the Azure Dragon Spear entered his hand. With a thrust of his spear, space principles warped, and he disappeared. Above the rubble was a figure hovering with fluttering sleeves. There seemed to be wronged spirits lingering about his ears, but the man smiled as if he was enjoying the pleasure of his wanton slaughter. Under his divine senses perception, there was another city just 1,000 kilometers away where many living beings were gathered. As he was about to make for the city, a powerful aura suddenly rushed over in his direction that sent a shiver up his spine. Turning his head back, he saw a lightning flash in the clouds. Then came a raging murderous intent, erupting out for all to feel. Feeling the terror of the incoming blow, the man dared not be careless. With a great roar, sound waves visible to the naked eye rippled towards Yang Kai through the air. At the same time, the figure backed away speedily. Yang Kai continued to give chase with his spear, his strikes flowing in an unrestrained manner, covering the sky in a flurry of spear shadows that rained down on his enemy. That man, who was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, was obviously very confident in his own strength, and at first he was able to block Yang Kai's attacks, but as he continued to clash, both his body and soul were repeatedly shocked. Eventually, he was forced to cry out for help. Divine Monarch, save me. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch? Yang Kai also finally had a look at this guy's face. He originally thought that it was someone from Thousand Cranes Paradise who was attacking this place, and there was even the possibility that he might seize Wuquan Hui himself. Unexpectedly, the one slaughtering the inhabitants of Three Brilliance's world actually turned out to be Prison League's League Master, Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. It was too late to wonder why Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch was here though, as after he shouted, powerful auras hidden in all directions quickly emerged, one of which made Yang Kai's heart jump. Turning around, he saw Wuquan Hui appear with a grim look on his face, and the sword in his hand was pointed his way, quickly approaching. His thrust may have seemed simple, but it was able to break through Yang Kai's spear shadow blockade perfectly and head straight for the spot between his brow. A feeling of imminent death washed over Yang Kai as he drew in a breath of cold air and manipulated space principles, executing his near-distant horizon secret technique, infinitely stretching the space between him and Wuquan Hui. Break! Wuquan Hui shouted, shattering the stretched space. Then, the cold glint of his sword tip quickly enlarged before Yang Kai's eyes. Near-distant horizon was broken. Yang Kai's heart was shaken. Sure enough, the power of a seventh-order open heaven realm master was truly extraordinary, even being capable of breaking through his space secret technique with ease, which was something that had never happened before. Yang Kai was caught off guard and could only block the blow with his spear. Hong hong hong. Following a loud series of explosions, a tidal wave of energy spread out in all directions, instantly turning the destroyed city below to ashes, leaving no trace of it behind. Even the ground was cracked open with lines like that of a canyon appearing out of nowhere. Between those cracks, magma gushed out in a spectacular display. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood and could not stop himself from flying backwards. He crashed headlong into a mountain 100 kilometers away and disappeared from sight. Wuquan Hui frowned, looking surprised. He was stunned that he was unable to execute Yang Kai instantly despite personally making a move. Judging by the blows they exchanged just now, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was extremely powerful, not inferior to a master at the very peak of the sixth-order open heaven realm. After a brief pause, Wuquan Hui came back to his senses. Is this the might of Inyang Cave Heaven's small source world? Even so, you will die here today. He did not hesitate to break away from Thousand Cranes Paradise and even took in someone like Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, instructing him to cause carnage in Three Brilliance's world. Also, he could lure Yang Kai out. Now that Yang Kai was here, if he did not win this fight, then he might not have such a good opportunity again in the future. With a flick of his sword, Wuquan Hui's entire figure was wrapped in the sword light before he shot off like a flash of lightning. But before Wuquan Hui could arrive, the mountain suddenly split apart and Yang Kai's figure rose to the sky and headed straight for the void. Even though he was now in the sixth-order open heaven realm, and his strength had improved greatly thanks to the many opportunities he encountered, the difference between the high-rank and mid-rank open heaven realms was like the difference between the heavens and earth. If it were any ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master, then they would probably have been killed by Wuquan Hui in the first exchange of blows. Yang Kai was able to escape from death thanks to all the hard work he put in back in the small source world. If not for his previous gains in the divine armament world, his situation now would be even worse. Even so, Yang Kai was in a dizzy state at this moment, and his small universe was in turmoil. Before coming here, he had a hunch that Wuquan Hui would be waiting in ambush. Just as Pang Xiao Yuan said, however, saving lives was like putting out a fire. If Three Brilliance's world was in danger, then he did not dare to delay things, so he had no choice but to come over and stop the carnage immediately. But now, after their exchange, Yang Kai was certain that he was no match for Wuquan Hui. So how could he stay here any longer? What was more, if he continued to fight in this place, then Three Brilliance's world would really be done for. After all, there were still countless living beings inhabiting this place, and if Three Brilliance's world was shattered from their fight, all the living beings in this world would die without a burial. Where are you trying to run? A figure rushed over from the side. A woman in imperial robes. The woman's face was scrunched up with murderous intent and her aura flared madly. She was also a sixth-order open heaven realm master, and with a wave of her hand, A colorful belt stretched out across the void, releasing an endless river of stars. Crashing straight into this river, it was as if Yang Kai had entered a starry sky. In an instant, north, south, east, and west had become indistinguishable. He knew that this artifact had a heaven-sealing earth-locking effect, almost like a self-contained world. If he did not break out of this trap quickly, then things will not be good once Zuoquan Hui caught up to him. Not daring to hesitate, Yang Kai let out a fierce roar. Golden Crow casts the sun. A loud and clear caw broke through the air and a great sun rose up. Within the great sun, a three-legged exotic bird could be seen frolicking about. Yang Kai raised his spear to the great sun before, stabbing fiercely towards the void. The great sun exploded, and in an instant, the starry sky around him grew dim. Terrifying Golden Crow's true fire swept out in all directions as Yang Kai's body flew up. When he recovered, he found himself outside of the endless river of stars, and not far ahead was a woman's figure. With her artifact broken, the woman's face was slightly pale, and there was a trail of blood trickling down the corner of her mouth. With fierce determination, Yang Kai raised his spear, preparing to impale the woman with its tip. But it was then that a heavy murderous intent emerged from behind him. Zuoquan Hui had caught up, forcing him to have to fight back. World force collided as Yang Kai's figure tumbled through the air, and endless sword chi cut his clothes into pieces. No matter how strong his body was, it was instantly covered in blood from fresh wounds. The terrifying sword intent even lingered in his wounds like maggots, burrowing into his flesh and his meridians. With a shout, Yang Kai forcefully suppressed his wounds, but when he saw Zuoquan Hui approaching again, he had no choice but to borrow the force of the recoil, turning around and running away. Even if you escape to the ends of the universe, you will surely still die today. Zuoquan Hui's voice came from behind him as he continued to give chase. Yang Kai wanted to escape using space principles, but the might of a seventh-order open heaven realm master was so great that each time he had that thought, the strange sword chi haunting his wounds would suddenly erupt, causing him unbearable pain and making it difficult for him to concentrate, which made it even more impossible for him to escape successfully. Zuoquan Hui was obviously on guard against his mastery over the Tao of space. He knew that if he did not contain this ability of Yang Kai's, then he would not be able to kill him. Honored master, he's fleeing towards void land. The woman followed closely behind Zuoquan Hui, looking in the direction in which Yang Kai was running. Zuoquan Hui coldly snorted. I knew this would happen, but he won't be able to escape. As he spoke, three figures suddenly appeared before Yang Kai. From a distance, one of the men shouted, You shall not pass. Then, the three of them combined their strength to deliver an attack in his direction. Squinting his eyes, only two of the three men were recognizable to Yang Kai. One of them was Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, another was Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch. As for the last one, he was someone Yang Kai had never met before, so he had no idea who he was or where he came from. All the same, Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He knew that these two guys would be here. In fact, Yang Kai had been on alert for them ever since he saw Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch founded Prison League on the Prison Star, and Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch were his Vice League masters. During the Tao Theory Assembly, Prison League captured Xianxia and Pei Wenxian. Later, they also captured a core disciple from Azure Nether Paradise as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Inyang Cave Heaven after everything ended. The end result of that was that the three leaders of Prison League were freed, and they let Xianxia and Pei Wenxian go while Xianxia and the great force behind him had to pay Inyang Cave Heaven a large sum of money. Now, it seemed like the three from Prison League who were freed were Huang Quan, Jin Gang, and Tsang Yen. It was only natural for that to be so as the three of them occupied the three highest spots in Prison League. If they could obtain freedom, then they would not leave this opportunity for anyone else. Only Yang Kai could not understand how the three of them got mixed up with Zuoquan Hui. Whether it be Huang Quan, Jin Gang, or Tsang Yen, all three men were veterans in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, no worse than Maoja. In a one-on-one fight, they would definitely be no match for Yang Kai. Even if it was 2 against 1, Yang Kai might still come out on top. However, there were currently 3 masters joining hands now. What's more, Yang Kai had already been hurt from the fight with Zuoquan Hui earlier, so he could only dodge when it came to a fight against a combined force like this. However, this delay only allowed Zuoquan Hui to close the gap between them. With a wolf in front and tiger behind, Yang Kai was in a precarious situation. Yang Kai, when you killed my junior brother, did you ever expect to face this day? The man standing between Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch gritted his teeth and snarled at him. From what he said, it was obvious this man was Zhao Xing's senior brother. Lu Jing had previously told Yang Kai that Zuoquan Hui had rebelled from Thousand Cranes Paradise along with his lineage, which meant Zuoquan Hui was not alone. He had brought all his subordinates and disciples he could use with him, and this man was one of them. The unfamiliar faces he saw earlier must be the same, including the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm woman. You bastard, you will die here today. The woman's voice also sounded from behind. Looking down, Yang Kai sneered. You wish to kill me? That will depend on whether you have that ability or not. A huge lotus-like ship was rapidly approaching from the void, and before it even arrived, a dense stream of lights shot out from the ship. The woman's alarmed voice sounded through the air. Senior brother Zhou Ti, watch out! Zhou Ti, Jin Gang, and Song Yan, who were obstructing Yang Kai's way, had also realized that danger was approaching, and when they turned around, their vision was filled with a brilliant light. One by one, terrifying attacks rained down on them. The 3 of them were so shocked that they did not even have time to think how many masters there were. They just turned tail and fled like frightened birds and beasts. The moment they made their move, Yang Kai also stabbed at Zhou Ti with his spear, ignoring the barriers of space, reaching the latter's face as soon as he lifted his hand. A dragon roar erupted from the azure dragon spear as if it had truly transformed into a giant dragon brandishing its claws and baring its fangs, seemingly about to devour Zhou Ti up in one gulp. Sensing imminent danger, Zhou Ti tried hard to circulate the strength of his small universe and formed hand seals to protect his front. Chi! Blood spluttered out as Yang Kai and Zhou Ti passed each other. When their eyes met, Zhou Ti's eyes were filled with great terror, while Yang Kai's only showed mockery. Flipping the azure dragon spear back around, he thrust out at Zhou Ti's heart with an unstoppable momentum. As the aura of death enveloped him, Zhou Ti's face became ashen. But at the critical moment, Yang Kai frowned and pulled his spear back. Dang! A sword stopped the azure dragon spear, colliding with it with a terrifying world force. Grunting, blood spilled from Yang Kai's nose and mouth. Behind the long sword, Zuoquan Hui faced him with a grim expression. With a shake of his sword, a wave of sword chi formed and flew straight in his direction. Yang Kai was forced backwards while fresh blood constantly spilled from all over his body. Dense cuts covered his skin in a horrifying display. Young Master! He shouted and dashed over to him together with profound Yang Mountain's 3 mountain lords, Maozhe, Gengqing, and Zhouya. When it came to loyalty, none could trump the 3 of them. The 3 mountain lords were also powerful, all of them being established 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Back in the Shadowless Cave Heaven, they had been forced to write their names down on the loyalty list and submit to Yang Kai. However, since they had already put down their names, whether they earnestly wished to submit to Yang Kai or were simply forced to, all 3 have now rushed forward when they saw Yang Kai teeter around the edge of life or death. If Yang Kai died here, then they would be buried with him, so as soon as they saw him in danger, they all rushed over as soon as possible. With the combined power of these 5, they were finally able to block Zuoquan Hui's strike. Seeing that he would not be able to kill Yang Kai in a short amount of time, Zuoquan Hui wisely chose to step back. He pressed forward earlier mainly to save Zhou Ti, but now that his goal had been achieved, there was no need for him to pursue Yang Kai further. The most important thing for him to do now was assess the current situation. The fight that spanned hundreds of kilometers in the void suddenly subsided, but everyone knew that this peace was just an illusion, the calm before the storm. Young Master, are you all right? He looked nervously at Yang Kai, feeling heartbroken to see him in such a state. Yang Kai looked miserable. His clothes were in rags and there were numerous wounds littered over his body, both big and small. It was rare for him to show such a vulnerable side. "I'm fine." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking in the distance with a defiant face, he sneered, "Zuoquan Hui, you want to lure the snake from his cave? Aren't you worried you'll lure a dragon out instead?" Hundreds of kilometers away, Zuoquan Hui's face was still grim, eyes sweeping over the people by Yang Kai's side. He spat, "This monarch has underestimated your void land." He knew that void land's heritage was not bad, and that they had two divine spirits watching over them. Even a master in the seventh order open heaven realm like him did not dare to act recklessly, which was why he devised a scheme to lure Yang Kai out. He thought that it would be easy to kill him as long as he was able to lure Yang Kai out, but Yang Kai was much stronger than he initially thought. It was surprising that he was not able to kill him off instantly, but knowing Void Land's heritage was even more surprising. They had 9 sixth order open heaven realm masters and more than 20 in the fifth order. This lineup was not in line with the information he had received previously. From the intelligence he gathered, Voidland only had 2 sixth order open heaven realm masters at most. Compared to Voidland, his own side only had Zhou Ti, Huang Quan, Jin Gang, Song Yen, and his female disciple. There were only a total of 5 sixth order open heaven realm masters in his service, but Zuoquan Hui himself was in the 7th order, so he more than made up for the gap in power. Even so, Voidland was growing at a rate that shocked Zuoquan Hui. How strong were they when Heavenly Sword Union formed the 100 Sects Alliance to attack them? It had barely been 10 years since then, and they had already collected so many masters. If they let this continue on, then Voidland will definitely become a big problem in the future. But how can you stop this monarch with just the few of you? Boy! This monarch must kill you today, Zuoquan Hui shouted as he raised his sword. Yang Kai grinned. "What a coincidence, that was what I was thinking too." He shouted, "Maozhe, Gung Qing, join me in this fight. I've never killed a 7th order open heaven realm master before, so today, we will have a taste. The rest of you corner the rest of our opponents. Don't let a single one of them escape." All of them answered in unison, "Yes." Yang Kai raised his spear and pointed it at Zuoquan Hui, bellowing, "Kill!" A distance of hundreds of kilometers was merely a step away for open heaven realm masters, but in a step, in a shout, Yang Kai had already taken the lead and rushed forward. Earlier, Yang Kai had practically nowhere to escape to as he was chased up and down by Zuoquan Hui. Now, the elites of Voidland had all come out to face the enemy in battle. As Yang Kai said before, Zuoquan Hui may have been trying to lure the snake out of its hole, but he had unwittingly lured out a dragon instead. Even if Zuoquan Hui was not killed in this battle, his side would still be wounded, which should teach him that void territory was not a place for him to come and go as he pleased. A battle even fiercer than the one before broke out instantly. 6 or 7 battlefields formed in the expansive void. World forces collided with each other endlessly in a heated contest. Mo confronted Zhou Ti, who was instantly pinned down and only able to struggle passively. Under normal circumstances, Mo would not be Zhou Ti's opponent. After all, she had only advanced into the 6th order a short while ago. Even if Void Land was there to support her with resources, she still needed time to build up her small universe's heritage. Zhou Ti had undoubtedly reached the 6th order much earlier than Mo, so his small universe's heritage should be more powerful. However, Zhou Ti was severely injured by Yang Kai's spear when he tried to block his path just now. In fact, if not for Zuoquan Hui rescuing him at the last moment, Zhou Ti might already be dead. With his injuries, Zhou Ti was unable to exert his full strength to begin with, so it was only natural that he would be overpowered by Mo. Yu He, on the other hand, chose to fight the 6th order woman. Both sides were on equal footing, so neither was able to do anything to their opponent. Zhouya was slightly weaker when compared to Song Yen, but her heritage as a 6th order open heaven realm master was still there, so killing her would still be as difficult as ascending to the heavens, unless Zhouya herself courted death. Hua Yong and Shumu Dan, the couple, had always advanced and retreated together, so with their combined skills, they were able to beat Jin Gang into a bitter state. Finally, Huigu rushed up to Huang Quan at the first chance he got with overwhelming killing intent. He was practically fighting with his life on the line without any concern about whether or not he would be injured. His reckless ferocity caused Huang Quan to jump in fright. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch should have been slightly stronger than Huigu. Otherwise, Huang Quan would not have been able to serve as Prison League's master. However, he was forced into a disadvantageous position by Huigu in this confrontation. The reason that Huigu was like this was because of his deceased attendant Bai Mo. On the prison star, he and Bai Mo have been in each other's company for hundreds of years. The master and servant had gone through many ups and downs together, and though Bai Mo's cultivation was not high, only 4th order open heaven realm, he was extremely loyal to Huigu and was even willing to offer his life for him. It was just a pity that Bai Mo ended up in Prison League's hands and was crushed before Huigu's eyes by Huang Quan. After the Tao Theory Assembly, Yang Kai got Huigu out of the prison star, and from then on, Huigu made a vow to kill Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch in order to avenge Bai Mo's death. The only issue was, Huang Quan had also escaped from the prison star and disappeared. Who would have thought that Huigu would be able to find Huang Quan here? Naturally, he was seeing red when he saw his hated enemy. Despite knowing that he was not his opponent, Huigu still decided to confront Huang Quan. This fight between the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters raged forth like an inferno, each side having both advantages and disadvantages. On the other hand, the fight between the 5th Order Masters was completely one-sided. Among Zhuoquan Hui's people, there were 4 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. They had also appeared in 3 Brilliance's world, and had followed Zhuoquan Hui as his loyal disciples. None of them could have imagined that this would be their burial place. The 20-plus 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland all descended on them at once, and the overwhelming gap in numbers was enough to form a lopsided siege that suppressed them in a very short amount of time. One by one, divine abilities and secret techniques were released as world force flared. Even though the 4 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fought back desperately, they were still facing a miserable end. In just several dozen breaths of time, Zhuoquan Hui's 4 5th Order Open Heaven Realm followers fell into a dangerous position. Naturally, this fact did not escape Zhou Ti and the 6th Order woman's attention. Their disciples and juniors were being suppressed and sent into a life-threatening situation, so it was only natural that they would want to rescue them. However, how could Mo Mei and Yu He allow them to do so? In fact, their distraction allowed Mo Mei and Yu He to gain further advantage over them in their battles. A few moments later, amidst a number of screams, the 4 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were all killed. Their small universes shattered, and world force poured out all at once. When Zhou Ti and the 6th Order woman saw this, they were both heartbroken, but helpless. After the many 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters finished off their opponents, they flew towards the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm battlefield under Old Bai's lead without even a pause. Splitting up into 4 different groups, they offered support to Yu He, Mo Mei, and the others. Within the Open Heaven Realm, the gap between each order was immense, and the higher the order, the more obvious the gap became. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could easily deal with the forces of 10 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters combined, and they even had the strength to fight back. Under normal circumstances, what Voidland's 20 or so 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could do was quite limited. However, at this moment, their existence had become the key to victory or defeat. In the battle of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Zhouya was outmatched against Song Yan, Yu He was evenly matched with the 6th Order woman, and even Huigu was able to suppress Huang Quan for a short amount of time. Zhou Ti and Jin Gang were both at an absolute disadvantage. The addition of the many 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters added pressure to the enemy. They may not be able to face any one of these 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters by themselves, but they could take to the sidelines and launch sneak attacks at the right moments. In a life-or-death fight, the pesky 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were extremely troubling and even deadly for the enemy. Old Bai even had time to check on Yang Kai's situation. He knew that the key to winning or losing today's battle would depend on Yang Kai's side. If Yang Kai could stand up to Zhuoquan Hui, then this would be Voidland's win. Otherwise, any advantage on their side would be meaningless. Loud roars filled the void as spear shadows erupted repeatedly. World force was constantly reverberating as Yongkai felt like he was constantly treading the line between life and death. This was not his first time fighting someone in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Back then, when he returned from Shadowless Cave Heaven, he led his men to destroy the headquarters of Boundless Altar and Golden Rainbow Province in order to relieve the proprietress of her heart demon oath. They did not encounter much resistance at Boundless Altar, with their old ancestor making the wise choice of giving up their headquarters to save his disciples, leaving the Spirit Province for Yongkai to do with as he pleased. However, Yongkai had to face off against the old ancestor of Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luoshui, who was in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. The two of them fought, and Yongkai forced his enemy back, finally raising Golden Rainbow Province to the ground and successfully relieving the proprietress of her heart demon oath, so that she could enter retreat in the following days in order to break through to the Seventh Order. Luo Lishui had hastily broken through at the time, and her foundation was not stable, so it was hard to say how much strength she was actually able to exert during that fight. In comparison, Zuoquan Hui was one of Thousand Cranes Paradise's inner elders who had advanced into the Seventh Order who knows how long ago. He had deep roots in that realm and possessed a sturdy foundation, so the power that he could bring forth was far greater than that of Li Luoshui. At the very least, Yongkai had grown tremendously recently. His experience in the divine armament world had also greatly enhanced the heritage of his small universe, so he was definitely much stronger than he was before. If he were to bump into Li Luoshui again, then Yongkai might be able to deal with her without suffering nearly as much. However, the one he was facing right now was Zuoquan Hui. An indelible sense of crisis was enveloping him at all times like a sharp blade hanging over his head, about to fall on him at any moment. Each time he clashed with Zuoquan Hui, Yongkai could feel his organs turning inside out and his soul shaking. The world force within a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe was so powerful that Yongkai felt as if he was clashing against the entire world each time their blows met. Even with Mao Zhe and Gung Qing to share in the pressure from the sidelines, Yongkai still suffered greatly during this fight. Even with the combined strength of the three of them, they could not gain any advantage at all. The fight had only lasted a half cup of tea's time, but Mao Zhe and Gung Qing were already bloody and showing expressions of fear. If it were not for the deaths of the four Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters acting as a short distraction, then Yongkai would not even have had the chance to catch his breath. The only thing that Yongkai could be thankful for was the fact that Zuoquan Hui did not possess a divine manifestation. Even though his moves were all extremely powerful, as were his divine abilities and secret techniques, he had not shown any signs of having a divine manifestation. If he still has not cast it, that means he isn't hiding it. He must be unable to use it. It seemed that this Zuoquan Hui was still slightly worse than Tizhang of Myriad Demons Heaven. At least, Tizhang was able to use a divine manifestation. The rain of swords fell on them like a waterfall, with each sword light containing the might of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Yongkai, Mao Zhe, and Gung Qing combined their efforts to resist, but the sounds of flesh being penetrated still rang out. Both Mao Zhe and Gung Qing spat blood and were forced back with faces filled with terror. They had never fought with an established Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master before, so it was only now that they realized how great the disparity between the Sixth and Seventh Order truly was. On the surface, it seemed like the three of them were joining forces to fight Zuoquan Hui, but Mao Zhe and Gung Qing knew full well that Yongkai alone had already blocked 80% of Zuoquan Hui's assault. The rest of the attacks that they each withstood represented only 10%. Even this 10%, however, was extremely difficult for them to withstand, and they felt as if they could die at any moment. They were shocked by just how strong a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm could be, but were even more shocked at Yongkai's terrifying heritage, though they were no strangers to Yongkai's strength. Back then, at Shadowless Cave Heaven's profound Yang Mountain, they were able to experience it deeply, but they did not expect Yongkai to be this powerful. Though also being in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Mao Zhe had already reached the peak of this realm, and with enough resources and opportunity, he could definitely try to make a breakthrough to the Seventh Order. However, his so-called peak seemed ridiculous when compared to Yongkai. How long had Yongkai been in the Sixth Order? If he were given time to reach the peak of the Sixth Order, could it be possible that even an ordinary Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be no match for him? How can there be such a monster in this world? Zuoquan Hui was also shocked that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to last in a fight with him for so long without dying. If he had not seen it for himself, then he would never have believed that it was possible. Any time that he thought he could kill off Yang Kai, the brat would always find a ray of hope during the critical moment to escape from death. This young boy's battle sense was simply beyond words, and the heritage of his small universe was also abnormally powerful. Even at the peak Sixth Order, it should be impossible for anyone to hold off against the bombardment of a Seventh Order Master for such a long time, but Yang Kai was able to do just that. Not only was he able to hold him back, he could even occasionally strike back at him. In shock, Zuoquan Hui attacked with even more ferocity. Yang Kai, Maozhe, and Geng Qing could immediately feel the intensity of the attacks being vented out on them becoming even more violent than before. In just a short 10 breaths of time, Maozhe and Geng Qing were both sent flying with blood covering their bodies. After knocking back these two, Zuoquan Hui did not try to take advantage of the momentum he gained to kill them. For him, Yang Kai was his only target, the rest were just extras. As long as he could kill Yang Kai, then it was simply impossible for the others to hold back against his attacks. All of them would eventually face death at his hands. A myriad of sword lights suddenly gathered into a beam that was being launched straight in Yang Kai's direction. In the huge void, the only thing left behind was the light of his sword. Yang Kai's pupils shrank to a needlepoint. The crisis that he was facing now was even more intense than any he faced before. He stood in the space between life and death, but rather than retreat, he advanced with spear in hand. Without a bang, the light exploded into a halo that practically encased half of the void. From the light's midst, Yang Kai's figure emerged. A bloody hole was pierced through his abdomen, but he seemed oblivious of it. There was no sadness or joy on his face as he stabbed his spear out. Zuoquan Hui's face was extremely grim. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "A foolish struggle! How futile!" Blade turning, his sword buzzed. Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm World Force poured into the blade as he pointed it lightly in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai grinned. "Your disciple is going to die." When he said this, a scream arose from the side. Zuoquan Hui quickly turned his head towards the sound, only to see Zhou Ti stumble back while holding the stub of his right arm, which had disappeared. Fresh blood was gushing out of the wound like a fountain. In front of Zhou Ti, Mo Mei's hands were constantly changing into different seals. One by one, divine abilities blasted his way. Behind Zhou Ti, Old Bai also led the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to cast their secret techniques to disorient him. Zhou Ti was in critical danger. He was seriously injured to begin with, so he was not Mo Mei's opponent from the start. Then, the addition of Old Bai and the others into their battle further added to his woes. Among all those fighting on this battlefield, Zhou Ti was in the worst situation. He was barely able to resist for a while before one of his arms had been blown away. Obviously, Mo Mei was not going to allow him even a moment of respite. World force pouring out, divine abilities and secret techniques blossomed ceaselessly. Zhou Ti shouted miserably, "Honored Master, save me." This cry came at just the right moment as Zuoquan Hui happened to be looking his way. When he saw that Zhou Ti was in danger, Zuoquan Hui could only grit his teeth and head in his direction. In order to avenge his disciple, Zhao Xing, Zuoquan Hui had left Thousand Cranes Paradise without hesitation, bringing along his followers in the Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, even offering a handsome reward to Huang Quan, Song Yan, and Jin Gang for their loyalty. But he never would have expected that not only would he fail to kill Yang Kai, his own Fifth Order disciples would be the first to die. Even though those disciples were not in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, he had still been teaching them for many years, and it broke his heart to see them die such a miserable death. However, if he could kill Yang Kai and destroy Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters, then he could avenge their deaths and bring some justification to their misery. However, if Zhou Ti died, then no amount of deaths here would be able to make up for the loss. This was all about avenging the death of one Sixth Order disciple. so he could not lose another in the process or everything would be in vain. So, when he heard Zhou Ti's plea for help, Zhou Quanhui did not hesitate to turn around and rush to his aid. It was at that moment that a golden crow cried out as a powerful force fluctuated behind Zhou Quanhui. A great sun rose up, lighting up the darkness of the void. Cold moonlight also set in all of a sudden, complementing the glory of the great sun. When Zhou Quanhui turned back around to see what was happening, his eyes bulged. He saw a bizarre scene. In the void between the heavens and the earth, Yang Kai stood with his body covered in blood, hand forming into seals whilst a dazzling great sun and cold moon hung behind his back. Both sun and moon were shining together. Even with Zhou Quanhui's knowledge and experience, he could not tell what the root of this mysterious power was, but he could feel his mind and thoughts being affected by it even now. What divine ability is this? Zhou Quanhui was dumbfounded. He knew that Yang Kai was able to perform the golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation, which was the great sun hanging behind his back. But what was that cold moon? It did not look like a divine manifestation, just the projection of a divine ability. Still, under the combined light of both sun and moon, a mysterious power surged in the dark. This power was as mighty as it was incomprehensible, so much so that even a seventh-order open heaven realm master like him could not underestimate it. Sun and moon intersected as Yang Kai activated his ability. Space and time principles surged as he pushed his palm forward. The great sun and the full moon entwined and began to spin. As the sun and moon cycled, thousands of years seemed to pass in a single instant, complementing the space principles. Thus, a mysterious space-time strength was born. Sun and moon divine wheel. A sense of crisis abruptly weighed down on Zhou Quanhui. How could he even think of saving Zhou Ti at this moment? Yang Kai's divine ability was beyond the scope of what a sixth-order open heaven realm master could exert. Even for masters in the seventh order, such a method was practically unheard of. No matter how exquisite the moves that Yang Kai made before or how amazing his divine abilities were, Zhou Quanhui did not put any of them in his eyes. After all, the power of Yang Kai's divine abilities could not make up for the disparity between their orders. Even if Zhou Quanhui knew about Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun, he was only a little vigilant about it. It was true that he did not have a divine manifestation, but the divine manifestation exhibited by a sixth-order open heaven realm master should not be able to do anything to him. If Yang Kai really did use golden crow casts the sun, then he had ways to deal with it. However, the divine ability that Yang Kai unleashed at this moment posed a real threat to him. A cold sword light filled the void, and the illusory phantom of a small universe emerged behind Zhou Quanhui's back. Like a prosperous world force surged madly. In an instant, Zhou Quanhui's seventh-order open heaven aura reached its peak. The sword tip was raised to the sky, then swung down. All of Zhou Quanhui's cultivation was poured into that one cut, with nothing held back. The sun and moon divine will arrived in the next instant, and the dazzling light devoured Zhou Quanhui almost instantly. A terrifying energy burst out, and a circle of light spread out in the void, stretching for thousands of kilometers, as if the end of the world had arrived. When the shockwave spread out, everyone felt as if they were standing on a rocky boat in a wild storm that could possibly capsize at any moment. Behind Yang Kai, Mao Zhe and Geng Qing were both staring blankly ahead, and could not help but recall the scene back in the shadowless cave heaven where they were defeated by this exact move. Seeing this divine ability again, even after such a short amount of time, it seemed to be stronger than on that day. Calm returned to the battlefield once the aftershocks subsided. Earlier, everyone was trying to protect themselves from the fallout of this clash, so nobody could afford to fight with others. All eyes were locked on Yang Kai and Zhou Quanhui. The victor of this confrontation would soon be revealed, so all of them could not help but feel nervous. In the void, Yang Kai's face was pale as a sheet of paper, and fresh blood was continuously flowing out from the gaping hole at his abdomen. From his shaky stance, it was clear that he was a lamp running out of oil. On the contrary, Zhou Quanhui's body was intact and without injuries, though his face was extremely pale. He remained in a sword-brandishing pose, but he was unmoving. Huang Quan and the others were overjoyed at this sight, because it undoubtedly meant that Zhuo Hui was able to block Yang Kai's divine ability. In the end, he was a seventh-order master, so this was no surprise. Exchanging glances, Huang Quan shouted enthusiastically, "Kill!" In a flash, he broke free from Huigu's side and rushed straight in Yang Kai's direction with Zhang Yan and Jin Gang following closely behind. The other sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not lag behind either. The only one who remained unmoving was Zhou Ti. It was a critical moment for him just now, and Zhuo Hui was interrupted by Yang Kai's son and Moon Divine Will before he was able to save him. With Mo Mei, Old Bai, and the others joining forces to bombard him with divine abilities, Zhou Ti was in a miserable state, and it was unknown whether he survived their attacks or not. For sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters attacked from left and right, but Yang Kai just stood in place, seemingly lacking the strength to even defend himself. It was at the critical moment that Mao Zhe and Geng Qing exchanged glances and rushed over. "You court death," Yu He also shouted. Together with the Hua Yong and Shu Mudan couple, as well as Huigu, they rushed over to rescue Yang Kai. Another fight broke out, with Void Land holding a slight advantage thanks to their greater numbers. As a result, they were able to repel Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch and his group. However, the one they were most wary of was Zhuo Hui. This seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master was still here, so everyone's hearts were drumming. They did not dare to tangle too much with the enemy and only focused on helping Yang Kai retreat to the side. To everyone's surprise, Zhuo Hui did not move from beginning to end. He just stayed in the same pose, as if he had turned into a statue. At this point, anyone with eyes could see that something was not right. Zhuo Hui definitely did not stop Yang Kai's divine ability unscathed. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to miss such a ripe opportunity to kill off his target. It was not until everyone led Yang Kai back to safety that Zhuo Hui finally staggered. A strange wave of power burst out from his figure as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Honored Master!" The sixth-order Open Heaven Realm woman was horrified. When she looked up, she was shocked to see a piece of flesh the size of a fingernail fall off from Zhuo Hui's face, and there were many small cracks all over his cheek, making it look like dried earth or cracked porcelain. Not only his skin, his entire body was covered in such cracks. Looking past the peeling flesh, they could clearly see a bizarre energy surging within the wounds. Honored Master was actually injured. The sixth-order Open Heaven Realm woman was thoroughly shocked and simply could not believe her eyes. A veteran seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master was actually injured by a newly promoted sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Junior. This was simply unprecedented. Huang Quan and the others were also stunned in place. Zhuo Hui raised a hand to stop the woman from speaking. With cold eyes, he looked in Yang Kai's direction and asked, "What divine ability was that?" Yang Kai coughed violently and finally spat out a mouthful of blood before grinning. "Why do you care what divine ability that was? If it can hurt you, then it's a good divine ability." Zhuo Hui gently nodded. "This monarch has underestimated you. From ancient times until this day, the only sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master who could exert such tremendous power is likely you." Previously, Yang Kai had already displayed power beyond Zhuo Hui's imagination, and he thought that Yang Kai had already been forced to his limits then. Who knew that he would be hiding such a trump card still? "Is there any point in talking about this now?" Yang Kai looked coldly at him. Zhuo Hui was unperturbed. "Hand Zhou Ti over to me and this monarch will leave immediately." Looking over to the side, Yang Kai saw Zhou Ti coughing up blood and looking exceptionally weak, but this guy was really quite tenacious. Even after receiving the divine abilities from Mo Mei, Old Bai, and several others, he actually managed to survive, though he was only barely hanging on. "What, you want to exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk with my void land?" Yang Kai sneered at Zhuo Hui. Zhuo Hui shook his head. "The debt of you killing my disciple is absolutely irreconcilable. This monarch will make you pay for it." Yang Kai frowned strangely at him. "You must be sick in the head. You refuse to end the hostilities with my void land, yet you still have the face to ask me to return your disciple to you." Zhuo Hui responded. "If you let him live today, then this monarch will leave void territory immediately, and this monarch will not attack void territory's other universe worlds in the future. Our debt will be settled at another date. If you refuse to let him go, then this monarch might just stay a while longer in void territory. Yang Kai's face was grim. Are you threatening me? If you say I am, then I am. Zuoquan Hui looked on unperturbed. This monarch is a seventh order master. If I truly had any intention of doing something in void territory, then you wouldn't be able to stop me. Yang Kai glanced at him. Is this how despicable the people from Thousand Cranes Paradise are? Zuoquan Hui shook his head. This monarch is no longer a member of Thousand Cranes Paradise. Nothing I do has any relation to them. Whether you are or not, you yourself know. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Zuoquan Hui grumbled. This monarch will not quibble with you about this. I will only give you 30 breaths of time to consider. It's up to you to make the right choice. Everyone from Voidland was angered with Zuoquan Hui's shameless attitude. But they all knew that if a seventh order open heaven realm master were truly to act recklessly in void territory, then there was nothing they could do to stop him. The great territory was vast, so if they could visit Three Brilliance's world today to eradicate its inhabitants, then they could very well go to Golden Sun continent tomorrow. Yang Kai glared at Zuoquan Hui, but the latter seemed unconcerned. After a while, Yang Kai grabbed Zhou Ti. Zhou Ti was currently looking even more miserable than Yang Kai. His arm had been blown off, and his body was covered in blood. It was also not known how many bones he had broken during Zhou Ti's battle earlier, or how many of his organs had been affected. However, a cultivator in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm had strong vitality, so he would not die even with such injuries. Zhou Ti grinned meaningfully as Yang Kai grabbed him. So what if you've captured me? In the end, you still have to let me go obediently, do you not? Do you have the guts to kill me? Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Pitiful weakling. You're not even worthy of my attention. Zhou Ti coldly snorted. The winner is the king, and the loser is the villain. You can say whatever you want. Zuoquan Hui interjected. Time's up. What is your choice? Yang Kai looked up at him. Do you hear the voices of the lost souls in the Three Brilliance's world? How many people have lost their family and loved ones on this day? If you want me to let him go, then first ask Huang Quan to ask the innocent souls to see if they agree. Zuoquan Hui's face changed, and the Sixth Order woman behind him also looked horrified. Who? Golden Crow's true fire suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's hand and instantly enveloped Zhou Ti. There was a scream, and the calmness on Zhou Ti's face was replaced by huge shock. He would not stop struggling or screaming. Yang Kai squeezed his neck with a decent amount of force. Without moving, he turned coldly to Zuoquan Hui. This is just the beginning. If I do not kill every last one of you today, then the resentful spirits who died today on Three Brilliance's world will haunt me for life and keep me restless forever. Zuoquan Hui's face twitched. Yellow Spring Heavenly Monarch, Firm Gold Heavenly Monarch, and Blue Flame Heavenly Monarch all looked shocked. If it were an ordinary Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master saying such a thing, then there was no need for them to pay too much attention to it. However, Yang Kai had already shown how strong he truly was, even being able to hurt a master in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. If they were to meet him in battle alone, then they would surely die. There was an unending scream as tears had already welled up around the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm woman's eyes. Honored Master, please save senior brother Zhou Ti. However, Zuoquan Hui did not move. He just stared straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. Do you think he doesn't want to save him? Can he even do it? Do you think you can do whatever you want in my void territory just because you're in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm? My divine ability is not so easy to bear. Well, tell me, does it hurt? Are you in despair? This is what those innocent people in Three Brilliance's world were feeling just half a day ago. Now, it's your turn to experience it. Golden Crow's true fire burned intensely. Even Zhou Ti could hardly resist the power of the flames, and the harsh screams had not stopped since they began. Despite his struggles, he could not free himself from Yang Kai's grip. Zuoquan Hui's face twitched violently, and world force was quietly surging in the dark. Another piece of flesh fell from his cracked face at that moment, and with some hesitation, the surge of world force finally slowed to a halt. As Yang Kai said, it was not that Zuoquan Hui did not want to save Zhou Ti, but that he could not. An extremely corrosive power was contained within Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, and it was still wreaking havoc within his body and even his small universe, causing him much pain and throwing his small universe into disarray. That divine ability had actually immensely affected his small universe. Zuoquan Hui had to focus most of his attention on it to suppress its erosion. Otherwise, his small universe would constantly be in chaos. At this moment, the strength he could exert was less than 30% of his peak. He was not sure that he could snatch Zhou Ti back under everyone's watch and return safely, and even if he could, he may only make his injuries worse. Honored Master, save me! Zhou Ti's miserable cries reverberated in Zuoquan Hui's ears. The Sixth Order woman's eyes were already filled with tears, and the pain she was feeling in her heart as she watched her senior brother suffer such inhumane torture in front of her was indescribable. Everyone watched as Zhou Ti's vitality rapidly dissipated and his body gradually burned to a crisp. The Sixth Order woman could no longer hold back, and with a jerk of her body, she was about to rush over to save Zhou Ti back, regardless of the consequences. A sword light blocked her path though, and the Sixth Order woman turned around to look at Zuoquan Hui and asked, "Honored Master?" Zuoquan Hui slowly shook his head. The last vestiges of hope in Zhou Ti's eyes quickly dimmed down. He could vaguely understand what was going on, and a bitter smile appeared on his face as he no longer tried to plead for help. A moment later, a surge of world force burst out and disappeared into the void. Zhou Ti had finally died, and his small universe had collapsed. Yang Kai extinguished his golden crow's true fire and with a shake of his hand shattered Zhou Ti's corpse, which had been burned to ashes. Only then did he turn a cold gaze at Zuoquan Hui. In order to avenge your disciple, you are even willing to slaughter the innocent. Did you not think that you might lose another disciple? But that matters little. One by one, I will send you all to hell so that you can be reunited there. His eyes swept over the 5 people in front of him, as if to memorize their faces and auras in the depths of his soul. Huang Quan and the other 2 were pale-faced. They thought that they could make a good living if they joined Zuoquan Hui, but none of them would have expected to encounter such a cruel and ruthless man. If they had known this would be the situation, then why would they even choose to interfere in these muddy waters? Once they were freed from the prison star with their Sixth Order open heaven realm strength, it was completely possible for them to found a sect somewhere and rule over it freely. You have killed 2 of this monarch's disciples now. This old master will not be a man if he does not kill you. Zuoquan Hui bellowed through clenched teeth. Yang Kai sneered. You speak big words, but if you think yourself capable, then why don't you try and fight me now? Let's see whether it will be me who dies or you. Zuoquan Hui fell silent, only glaring coldly at Yang Kai. Flying up, he carried the Sixth Order woman and quickly retreated. Seeing this, Huang Quan and his 2 companions also rushed to follow. Very quickly, they disappeared without a trace. Sir, do we give chase? Huigu looked a little reluctant to see them leave without paying any further consequence. Huang Quan was right before his eyes, so he only hoped that he could avenge by MO right here and now. Naturally, he did not wish to see the enemy leave just like that. We can't chase them. Yang Kai shook his head. Zuoquan Hui still has some fight in him. After all, he's a 7th Order master. He just cherishes himself too much and dares not start another battle now. If we pursue them, then it would only end in great losses for both sides. If Zuoquan Hui had acted recklessly just now, he could have saved Zhou Ti. However, that would only worsen his situation further. At that point, the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel's aftereffects may have damaged the foundation of his small universe, causing his strength to decline. For his own safety, Zuoquan Hui was even able to abandon his precious disciple's life. To put it nicely, Zuoquan Hui was not someone who was afraid to make sacrifices, but realistically he was just afraid of death. He was worried. But, young master, what if they keep lurking around void territory? Yang Kai shook his head. That's not likely. They will not stay in void territory after their plan failed this time. They will need to find a place to rest and recuperate. Though, while they may not linger here for long, it's still better to prepare for the worst and act cautiously. Let's return to Void Land. After the battle, Yangkai too was a lamp running out of oil. If Zuoquan Hui really intended to continue the fight, then he would have little power to resist. Fortunately, there was the Sun and Moon divine will to deter Zuoquan Hui and make him retreat this time. Soon, the group returned to Void Land and each went off to rest and recuperate. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yuhi helped Yang Kai over to make a visit to Bai Shi. When old man Bai Shi saw Yang Kai's miserable appearance, he jumped in shock. "What happened to you? You look terrible." These injuries. This is the power of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Did you fight against one? Yang Kai put on an embarrassed grin. Senior has a keen eye. Bai Shi quickly beckoned him over. "Sit down." Xiao Hong and Xiao He, the two little ones, were also looking nervously in Yang Kai's direction. When they heard Bai Shi's words, they rushed over to help Yang Kai to a seat. After catching his breath, Yang Kai explained, "I must ask for Senior's help to heal my injuries this time. The sword intent of that 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is extremely difficult to dispel, and I don't know how long it will take if I have to resolve it on my own." On the way back, Yang Kai tried to disperse the sword intent which invaded his body, but his efforts only produced minimal effects. The sword intent was latching onto him like maggots on rotting bones, and the more he tried to dispel it, the more troublesome it became. So, he went straight to Bai Shi as soon as he returned. In all of Void Land, the only one who could help him other than Zhu Jiuyin was Bai Shi, and the latter was much easier to talk to. Bai Shi nodded. "Naturally, this is no problem. Tend to your injuries. I will help you from the side." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai nodded his head in thanks and shut his eyes to activate his towering evergreen divine manifestation. A green light instantly spread out in all directions, and a divine tree, shrunken countless times, emerged behind Yang Kai. Its branches hung down, exuding seemingly endless vitality. Old man Bai Shi raised his brow at the sight. Even with his knowledge and experience, he had never seen such rich vitality before, causing him to marvel in his mind. The wood element that Yang Kai had condensed was definitely something amazing. With the help of this divine manifestation, his injuries could recover in the blink of an eye. As long as the sword intent was dispelled, Yang Kai would be back to his old self in no time. Putting his thoughts away, Bai Shi formed hand seals with both hands and suddenly slapped a palm on Yang Kai's body. His palm looked soft and weak, but when it hit Yang Kai's body, it sent a shocking force through it. Chi. Upon the emergence of a piercing sound, a sword chi that was visible to the naked eye came out of Yang Kai's wound and came straight for Bai Shi's face. Bai Shi opened his mouth and caught the sword chi between his teeth like a sewing needle. The needle-like sword chi was still twitching restlessly, but with some force, it cracked with a click. As palm after palm continued to slap down, sword chi was constantly forced out of the dense cuts littered all over Yang Kai's body. Only after half a day's work did Bai Shi let out a long sigh and slowly withdraw his power. Without the sword chi to bother Yang Kai, recovering from his injuries was hardly a problem. Even the hole through his abdomen could be restored in short order under the power of his towering evergreen divine manifestation and dragon vein. Another half a day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and thanked Bai Shi with a tired voice. "Many thanks, Senior." Bai Shi waved his hand. "It was nothing. You, on the other hand, how did you end up fighting a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" Yang Kai laughed bitterly and explained the events that transpired. When Bai Shi heard everything and frowned. "These cave heaven and paradise people are far too unscrupulous. How could they lure you out by ravaging the lives of a lower universe's beings? That's simply despicable. However, though the 6th Order and the 7th Order are merely one order apart, the true difference in strength is vast." Yang Kai sighed. "Indeed, the might of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is truly hard to resist." This junior almost did not make it out. Eyes turning in thought, he continued, "Senior, though Zuoquan Hui was forced to retreat, he will not leave peacefully. Sooner or later, he will be back. Even though Voidland's strength is not low, and we have as many masters as there are clouds in the sky, we have no high-rank open heaven realm masters. Nobody can take on Zuoquan Hui. This time, I was able to injure him by surprise, but it will not be as easy when he comes prepared next time. What should we do if he comes back? Baishi pointed a finger at him. Don't you dare have any funny thoughts about me. Even though I wish to help you with this, I have no good ideas either. My true body is too large, and right now, your Voidland still rests on my back, which only makes it more difficult to move around. I can only move freely by returning to my true body and taking on human form. Doing that, however, will destroy your Voidland entirely. Thinking about it that way, it made sense. The entire Voidland sat atop Baishi's body, so it was really inconvenient for him to act. Baishi said, rather than seek out his old man's help, you might as well look for someone else. Saying so, he silently nudged his chin in a certain direction and whispered, if she is willing to help, then taking down a 7th order open heaven realm master would be as simple as waving a hand, would it not? Yang Kai felt a headache coming on from these words. I'm afraid I'm not able to persuade her. If she was so easy to talk to, then I would not have come to you in the first place. Baishi commented, if you don't try, how will you know? Yang Kai pondered for a moment and nodded. Senior is right. Saying so, Yang Kai stood up and nodded. I will take my leave now. I will come back to visit again when I'm free. Together with Yu He, Yang Kai left Dragon Sun's Peak. Yu He then asked with concern, how are your injuries now, young master? Not too serious. Senior helped force out the sword chi inside my body, so the rest are just flesh wounds which won't take long to heal. You also consumed a lot of energy in that fight, so you should hurry back to recuperate. The future is still uncertain, so we must all maintain our peak state at all times. Earlier, during the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm battle, Yu He and the 6th Order woman faced each other. The two of them were equally matched, so there were no injuries. Even so, Yu He had used up a lot of her strength in the fight. Yu He nodded. Then be careful, young master. That one is difficult to speak to. Yang Kai smiled. What's she going to do? Eat me? Relax. Only then did Yu He leave. A moment later, Yang Kai stood in front of Heavenly Moon Palace with a glum look. Heavenly Moon Palace was Zhu Jiuyin's place of residence, the woman who was previously Yang Kai's protector. They had negotiated a deal with each other when Yang Kai brought her out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. However, on his last trip to Shadowless Cave Heaven, Zhu Jiuyin had agreed to escort him, which was outside the scope of their original agreement, which Yang Kai managed to get her to do on the condition that her identity as a protector would be lifted. In other words, Zhu Jiuyin was now free and no longer bound by her source oath. So Yang Kai's life or death no longer had anything to do with her. If not to take care of and instruct Shanqing Luo, someone who shared the same bloodline as her, it was hard to say whether Zhu Jiuyin would still be in Voidland now. This woman was not easy to talk to. It took a lot of cajoling to even persuade her to do anything in the past when she was still his protector, so it may not even work at all now. When Yang Kai heard about the incident at Three Brilliance's world, he guessed that it was Zuoquan Hui's doing. When he rushed to Three Brilliance's world to support them, he had also specially asked Bian Yuqing to notify Zhu Jiuyin so he could borrow her strength. However, from beginning to end, the woman never showed up. It was obvious that she had no intention of intervening in this matter. This time, it would probably be fruitless even if he begged her for help. Since he was already here though, he might as well try. With his mind made up, Yang Kai cupped his fist and shouted, "Greetings, Senior. Junior Yang Kai requests an audience." To his surprise, the doors of Heavenly Moon Palace opened immediately after he spoke. Yang Kai raised a brow, wondering when Zhu Jiuyin had become so hospitable, until a spider thread suddenly shot out from within and wrapped him up. Shocked, Yang Kai tried to escape, but he was exhausted from the fight with Zuoquan Hui and was unable to recover much in such a short amount of time. Being taken off guard, he was caught by the spider web and dragged into Heavenly Moon Palace. Then, the door closed with a thud. Soon, there was a series of bangs coming from the inside. A few moments later, the door opened again, and Yang Kai was thrown out like a ragged sack. After rolling a few times, he stood up in a miserable state with his face bruised and swollen. There were even large black marks around his eyes, naturally a result of Zhu Jiuyin's fist. Yang Kai's lungs were about to explode from anger. Still, he cautiously distanced himself from Heavenly Moon Palace's entrance before gritting his teeth and roaring, "Crazy woman! Why can't you use your words instead of your fists?" Even though the injuries were not serious, it was still a little embarrassing for Yang Kai. He was Voidland's lord, after all, so it was a big loss to his face to be seen by the many disciples walking past this scene. This queen will do whatever she wants. If you have the ability, then fight back. Zhu Jiuyin's voice rang out in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai was indignant. Senior is a venerable divine spirit. This junior knows he is not Senior's opponent. However, this junior has shown great respect to Senior, and the daily offerings have also never been lacking. If there is anything that this junior has done wrong, Senior can just inform me of it. Why raise your hand against me directly? You wish to reason with this queen? Fine, this queen will reason with you. Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted. Let me ask you, are you enjoying yourself as Inyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law? Yang Kai's momentum withered instantly, and his brow twitched. Senior found out? He cursed in his heart, wondering which bastard spread the word around. Zhu Jiuyin lived deep within Heavenly Moon Palace and essentially never left, so who could have told her about it? But after some careful thought, Zhu Jiuyin was still a divine spirit, so if she wished to seek out information, then nobody in Voidland could hide anything from her. What are you feeling guilty for? Zhu Jiuyin snickered. Yang Kai cupped his fist and cleared his throat. Senior must be joking. There really is a misunderstanding behind this matter. It was not this junior's intention. I don't care whether it was your intention or not. It happened and that's a fact. Yang Kai blinked. But what does this have to do with Senior? Zhu Jiuyin coldly snorted. Luor is so devoted to you, and yet now that she's in retreat to cultivate in seclusion, you're out picking flowers and trampling the grass. It is difficult for her to do anything about it, but as her honored master, what problem is there for me to teach you a lesson in her place? Yang Kai was speechless. If Luor found out about his most recent escapade, the most likely course of action she would take would be to find a way to drain him dry, in various ways. There was no way she would casually raise her hand at him like this insane woman. As such, Yang Kai brushed her off surreptitiously. Senior is mighty, whatever Senior says is right. However, there is another matter which this junior requires Senior's help with right now. Zhu Jiuyin did not even wait to hear what it was before stopping him. Don't even think about it. You brat. This is a problem that you brought upon yourself, so you deal with it yourself. Otherwise, if Luor were to find out that I, as her honored master, stepped out to do your dirty work for you for the problems that you yourself caused, then would she not blame me for it? Don't be like that, Senior. Zuoquan Hui is a 7th Order master. Other than you, no one in my Voidland can best him. This time, we were fortunate enough to be able to force him back. But what about next time? I'll teach you a method, Zhu Jiuyin declared. Raising his brows, Yang Kai said respectfully, Please teach me, Senior. Next time you meet Zuoquan Hui, wash your neck and stick it out. Then let him cut your head off. Yang Kai's face darkened in an instant. He was naive to even have hoped to gain Zhu Jiuyin's help. If you die, then Luor will not be tied down by you anymore. Where else can she not go in this vast world with this queen bringing her along? It would be much better than following a fickle man like you, only to be abandoned sooner or later. Yang Kai turned with a flick of his sleeve. Good, if you won't help, then so be it. Why slander others in such a malicious manner? Why purposefully be so infuriating? If I had known that it would be so, then I would never have brought you out of the grand ancient ruins boundary and would have let you stay there until you died of old age. There was a bang, and the tightly shut doors of Heavenly Moon Palace flung open as Zhu Jiuyin appeared and beckoned. Here, come inside. Let me show you something nice. Space principles surged and Yang Kai hurriedly fled. 3 days later, Voidland's main conference hall. Yang Kai sat in the head seat, with many sixth-order and fifth-order open heaven realm masters sitting below. The group of people glanced up at Yang Kai from time to time. Old Bai, Chef, and the others were all trying their best to stifle their laughter, but their shoulders were still shaking uncontrollably. Yu He, on the other hand, had a heartbroken expression. Yang Kai glanced around at the crowd and said in a tone that was half exhausted, half aggrieved, "If you want to laugh, then go ahead and laugh. Why hold it in? Don't choke yourselves." Old Bai and the others finally could no longer hold back and broke out laughing. Huigu said with concern, "Sir, have your injuries not healed? Zuoquan Hui's methods are truly despicable. How could—" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhouya next to him tugged on his sleeve. Huigu was puzzled. He had been focusing on healing these past few days and had no idea what happened outside. He just knew that Yang Kai came out today and was now sitting with two big, black eyes, making him look both miserable and a little bit funny. Yang Kai cleared his throat helplessly. "Are you done laughing yet? Let's get to business." Meanwhile, he cursed in his heart. It wasn't enough that damn Zhu Jiuyin kicked and punched him that day, but she even went so far as to use her source strength to punch his eyes, leaving black bruises that even a few days later refused to disappear. He had no idea how long it would even take for him to recover. After hiding for a few days, trying to resolve the situation, Yang Kai realized this wasn't a problem he could solve in short order, so he decided to just let things be and came out to meet everyone in this state. Seeing that Yang Kai was starting to get angry out of shame, Old Bai and the others finally restrained their laughter and sat upright. "Are your injuries healed?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Yong rose. "Many thanks for Sir's concern. Our injuries were not severe, so we are all fine after recuperating for a few days." Yang Kai nodded. "You should still pay attention to the madam's health. After all, she has borne a child just recently. Go and see second manager when you return later and get some nutritional tonics to help aid in her recuperation." After many years of gestation, Shu Mudan was finally able to give birth to a son just half a year ago. Yang Kai had also gone to visit him, and the child was indeed born with great talent and exceptional aptitude. Shu Mudan was in the sixth-order open heaven realm after all, so the child she had been carrying for many years was not one that ordinary people could compare with. "Many thanks, sir," Hua Yong hurriedly responded. Yang Kai nodded and went on. "Guizi Yen has brought news that someone has spotted 5 people leaving Void Territory, each one with powerful cultivation. There were 4 men and 1 woman, so it had to be Zuoquan Hui and his group." Everyone breathed sighs of relief. Even though there was no way that Zuoquan Hui would linger in Void Territory for long after eating such a heavy loss, it was hard for anyone to say what he would do for sure. It was only now that they finally had a solid confirmation. If a 7th-order open heaven realm master like Zuoquan Hui truly did stay in Void Territory and continued committing atrocities throughout the land, then Void Territory would have no good way of dealing with him. There is the matter of 3 Brilliance's world next. Second manager, what is the situation there right now? Yang Kai turned to Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing responded, 3 Brilliance's world has suffered a lot of damage. It is, after all, only a universe world. With the wanton destruction of a 6th-order open heaven realm master, nearly 20% of the landscape was destroyed, which has caused unrest across the entire 3 Brilliance's world. Many have died in the disaster. I have already dispatched people to 3 Brilliance's world to assist World Lord Peng in accommodating the refugees and calming the masses. However, this matter will not be resolved in a short time. If 3 Brilliance's world wants to restore its strength and vitality, then it would take at least hundreds or even thousands of years. As for the damaged landmass, there is a good chance it will never return to normal. Yang Kai said, whether the land can be restored or not is a secondary matter. The most important thing is the people. Do your best to fulfill any needs that 3 Brilliance's world may have. Yes. After a moment's hesitation, Bian Yuqing added, Sect Master, we should take what happened at 3 Brilliance's world as a precaution. Should we send people to guard the other universe worlds, too? Yang Kai shook his head slowly. There are more than a dozen universe worlds in Void Territory. It would take too much manpower to guard them all. Moreover, who can we even send to guard them in our current situation? Zuoquan Hui's strength is in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. It would be difficult for anyone present to put up a struggle against him, so it's useless to go. What's more, Zuoquan Hui is still from Thousand Cranes Paradise. He has his own scruples about committing such treachery in universe worlds. Otherwise, he would not have used Huang Quan's hand to wreak havoc on Three Brilliance's world in his place. Huang Quan's reputation is already nefarious, and it's not as if he hasn't done similar things before, so it wouldn't hurt him to do it again. Comparatively speaking, Zuoquan Hui more or less cares about his own reputation still. For that reason, I think it's unlikely that he will use a similar method again. Everyone nodded lightly at his words as Yuhi commented. If he really did do so, then Thousand Cranes Paradise will definitely suffer criticism and be forced to intervene. Even though rumors say that he and his lineage have all defected from Thousand Cranes Paradise, anyone who is not a fool will know that this is merely a cover. His actions were more or less still tied to Thousand Cranes Paradise's face, and something as low as raising one's hand against mortals is something they cannot afford to accept. There's no need to worry about the universe worlds. Zuoquan Hui has been injured by my divine ability, and it will not be easy for him to recover from it. I estimate that he will need around 3 to 5 months on the shorter end, but on the longer end, it may take him a year and a half. However, once he recovers, then he is bound to come back for us. Our Voidland still lacks the power to face a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who is determined to seek revenge. Yang Kai massaged his forehead lightly. Voidland had 2 divine spirits to watch over them, protecting their headquarters and Star City, where it was indeed safe and secure. However, it was impossible for Voidland's many inhabitants to stay cooped up all the time and not go outside. With a true body that was too large, it was more than enough for Baishi to play a defensive role, but not an offensive one in such a situation. On the other end, Zhu Jiuyin's anger had yet to subside, so she could not be counted on. If Voidland had a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the situation could be greatly improved. The proprietress was currently in retreat in order to break through to the 7th Order, but no one could say for sure how long that would take. It may be a couple of years, but it can also be well over 100 years. The uncertainty was too great. Yang Kai looked down at Mao Zhe. Head Mountain Lord, provided with the resources, how confident are you in advancing into the 7th Order in a short amount of time? There were quite a number of 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters present here, but in terms of cultivation and heritage, it was Mao Zhe who was closest to advancing into the 7th Order besides the proprietress. Mao Zhe had a troubled look on his face and shook his head slowly. Sir, the difference between the 6th Order and the 7th Order is the difference between the mid-rank and high-rank Open Heaven realm. This is not just about resources. This subordinate has not wanted for resources since following under Sir, but something still feels lacking when it comes to advancing into the 7th Order. Even if this subordinate were to go into retreat and cultivate, it would not be very effective. Yang Kai nodded. Even Mao Zhe was in this situation, so there was no need to talk about everyone else who was further away from the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Without power equivalent to Zuoquan Hui's 7th Order Open Heaven realm cultivation, we will always remain on the passive side in a fight with him, Yang Kai muttered. Then, he looked down at everyone. Do any of you have any good solutions to this matter? Everyone looked at each other, all going deep into thought. Huigu spoke up. Perhaps we can ask Inyang Cave Heaven for help? Yang Kai shook his head. Zuoquan Hui and his followers did not hesitate to rebel against Thousand Cranes Paradise in order to exact revenge for Zhao Xing, though their attempt to make a cover story will only make it more obvious. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what is going on. If not for Inyang Cave Heaven's efforts in pressuring them, then it would not stop at being just Zuoquan Hui and his followers stirring up trouble in my void territory, but several 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Zhao Xing and Zhou Ti may both be in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but their status in Thousand Cranes Paradise was very different. Zhao Xing advanced directly into the 6th Order, so he had hope of one day reaching the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, making his status much higher than Zhou Ti's. Any core disciple with Zhao Xing's qualifications was seen as a treasure for any cave heaven or paradise, so they could not afford to lose them. Otherwise, the sect would do everything in its power to avenge them. The reason why Thousand Cranes Paradise did not make a big fuss about Zhao Xing's death was completely thanks to Yinyang Cave Heaven, because there was Su Linggong to mediate the situation. Not to mention that asking for help from Yinyang Cave Heaven would be useless. Yang Kai was personally unwilling to do so as well. It was true that he was currently a Yinyang Cave Heaven son-in-law, but Voidland was Voidland, and Yinyang Heaven was Yinyang Heaven. If they were to borrow Yinyang Cave Heaven's power in order to resolve this crisis, then it would not be long before Voidland simply became someone else's subordinate. This was not something Yang Kai hoped to see. There was a moment of silence in the Grand Hall. They could not put their hopes on Yinyang Cave Heaven, and Voidland itself did not have the equivalent power to deal with the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realms Wuquan Hui. No matter how they looked at it, they could only remain passive in this situation. Sect Master, we may be able to settle this matter with an advantage in numbers, Bian Yuqing suggested thoughtfully. Yang Kai looked over at her. Explain. The others also turned their heads to her. Any ordinary Emperor Realm cultivator would probably be shaking if they were stared at by so many 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and begin stuttering, but as Voidland's second manager, Bian Yuqing, had long been in charge of all of Voidland's matters over the years, so she naturally would not be afraid of this attention. This mistress' abilities are paltry, and I do not even know what the orders of the Open Heaven Realm are like. So if there is something wrong with this mistress's opinion, then I must ask Sect Master to please not laugh at me. Yang Kai raised his hand. There is no harm in putting forth a suggestion. Since you are in the Emperor Realm, perhaps you can consider things from a different perspective from us, and that may just reveal a path forward we have otherwise overlooked. Bian Yuqing nodded and continued. Zuoquan Hui is in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so indeed, nobody in our Voidland is his equal. However, when it comes to masters in the 6th Order and the 5th Order, our Voidland holds the advantage. Since we do not have any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, nor will any appear among us in a short amount of time, then why don't we try and surround Zuoquan Hui with 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? If 3 won't do it, then perhaps 5 will. If 5 is not enough, what about 10? If 10 still won't do it, then we'll use 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That should be enough to defeat Zuoquan Hui, right? Huigu laughed. 20 would indeed be enough. Even ants can bite an elephant to death, let alone 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Under normal circumstances, a master in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm can resist against the combined forces of 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters without issue. However, if Sir was among the 10, then Zuoquan Hui would definitely be at a disadvantage. Maybe we won't even need 10 in that case. Yang Kai's strength was clear to all, and it was something that no ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could compare with. In a one-on-one fight, he was indeed not Zuoquan Hui's opponent, but a few days ago, with just Gung Qing and Mao Zhe's help, he was still able to put up a good fight. Though he was constantly at a disadvantage, they were not wiped out in a short time. In the end, Yang Kai was even able to injure Zuoquan Hui using his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel. If 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were to team up with Yang Kai against Zuoquan Hui, it would naturally be no problem for them to suppress the latter. But where will we find 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Huigu laughed bitterly. All of our 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are already gathered here. Excluding Sir, we only have 9 at our disposal. Yang Kai was thoughtful. What second manager means to say is, Bian Yuqing explained, we have many great emperors, as well as several of Sir's madams and the pseudo-great emperors. There is even the newly joined Xianxia, Fangyu, and the others who all have the potential to advance into the 6th Order. These days, they have all been refining various 6th Order materials, and what they lack now are merely the 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures. If we had enough 6th Order Yin and Yang element treasures, then Voidland would have no problem increasing its 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters by more than a dozen. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at her words, feeling enlightened. He had been thinking of ways for Voidland to acquire a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in order to deal with Zuoquan Hui. But Bian Yuqing's idea was to have Voidland increase its 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they had enough masters in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, then that would naturally allow them to fight against Zuoquan Hui, who was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Sure enough, those who sit in different positions have different perspectives on the same issue. Currently in Voidland, there were many from the Star Boundary who were committed to advancing directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. The Great Emperors Iron Blood, Hongchun, Marital Beast, Serene Soul, Flower Shadow, Ice Feather, Heaven's Revelations, and Wondrous Pill. His wives Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shui Yu, Shan Qing Luo, Yu Ru Meng, and Ji Yao. The Pseudo-Great Emperors Yang Yan, Jiufeng, Li Wui, and Bing Yun. Martial Beast Great Emperor's daughter, Mo Shao Qi. Iron Blood Great Emperor's disciple, Lin Yuner, and Yang Kai's younger sister, Yang Shui. There were a total of 21 people at least. The 8 great emperors need not be mentioned as they had already been in the emperor realm for countless years. Their foundations were strong and they had long developed their own Dao seals back in the Star Boundary. Due to the isolation of the Star Boundary, the great emperors could only further polish their Dao seals to increase their strength. Once they leapt out of the Star Boundary, all of their Dao seals could withstand the impact of 6th Order powers, which gave them the qualification to advance directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, placing them on par with core disciples of any cave heaven or paradise. In comparison, Yang Kai's wives, and even Li Wui and the other pseudo-great emperors had much shallower foundations, so it would normally be risky for them to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. However, Yang Kai had a treasure like the divine Dao water, which could strengthen one's Dao seal, which naturally made up for their shortcomings and allowed them to stand at the same high starting point as the great emperors. Once it truly came time for them to advance, Voidland also had the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill to help them in minimizing any risks. Then there were Xiang Ying and Fang Yu, both of whom Yang Kai had brought to his side from the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary. Both of them were owners of divine medicines. Yang Kai had obtained 3 divine medicines from the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary, namely Pu by Xiong, Little Mushroom, and the Gourd Vine. Xiang Ying had obtained the purple bamboo that was able to break all principles, and Fang Yu had obtained the 1,000 Leaves Stone Lotus, which improved his defenses several times over. These 2 used to be bearers chosen by divine spirits, and had received their greatest support in nurturing them. Both of them have refined 6th Order powers. However, due to their lacking aptitude, it was a huge risk for them to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm directly. When they learned that Voidland possessed heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, Fang Yu was the first to seek out Yang Kai and take refuge with him. With Yang Kai's support, Fang Yu opened the Grand Ancient Ruins shop in Void Star City that specifically recruited the bearers who were able to come out of the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary alive. This happened before Yang Kai left for the Shadowless Cave Heaven. After the Grand Ancient Ruins shop became famous, it did manage to recruit some bearers, among which was Xiang Ying. Including these 2, Voidland had 23 prospects. 23 people were expected to advance into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm in the near future. If all of them could succeed, then adding the current 9 that they had, then the number of 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters that Voidland possessed would become terrifying. And that was not counting those from the Dragon Clan, who also came with Yang Kai from the Star Boundary. The cultivation of the Dragon Clan was different from ordinary cultivators. Even though they also needed a lot of cultivation resources, they refined their own bloodlines and source rather than splitting heaven and earth apart in their bodies to enter the Open Heaven realm. Once a Dragon Clan member's bloodline reached a certain purity and concentration, the power that they could wield was no less than that of those in the Open Heaven realm. Any mature divine spirit would also have power on par with a high-rank Open Heaven realm master. However, it took a lot of time for a Dragon Clan member to refine their bloodline and source, much longer when compared to the advancement of human cultivators into the Open Heaven realm. After all, the Dragon Clan members themselves lived much longer lives. Even Yang Kai himself had no idea how the Dragon Clan purified their bloodlines further. Other than taking dragon blood pills, he was not sure of any other way. So, in recent days, the Dragon Clan members had all been running over to Dragon Sun's Peak to seek Old Man Baishi's tutelage. Tracing back his roots, Baishi also had a dragon vein, so he was able to give some guidance to the younger dragons to help them in their cultivation. The Dragon Clan couldn't be counted on in such a short amount of time, but those with the potential of advancing into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm were worth looking forward to, Yang Kai looked down towards Bian Yuqing. Second manager, how is our void land doing on resources? Are the great emperors making progress on their cultivation? Bian Yuqing nodded. In general, they are doing well. With the Star City prospering, void land has no shortage of materials. At least 80% of our earnings are used to barter for cultivation materials in each order, and it is enough to supply the cultivation needs of the sect. We have also stockpiled many 6th order 5 elements materials. The only tricky ones are Yin and Yang element treasures, which are truly too rare. Counting the 6th order Yang element treasure that Lu Jing of Gathering Yuan Union brought the other day, the Yin and Yang element materials we have now are only enough to provide for the advancement of 3 people. 3 people? Yang Kai nodded lightly. Compared to the demand of 23 people, this number was truly too small. He pondered for a moment before asking, if resources weren't an issue, how long would it take for the great emperors to advance to the 6th order? The great emperors all have deep foundations and their Dao seal are firm and stable, so they are also able to refine materials quickly. If we had abundant resources, then all the great emperors would be able to advance into the 6th order open heaven realm within a decade. The faster ones may only take 3 to 5 years. Yuhi frowned at that. Even 3 to 5 years is still a bit long. Yang Kai waved his hand. Indeed, it is a long time, but the victor in this fight cannot be decided in a short amount of time either. We have to look at things from a long-term perspective. What's more, whether it is for the sake of dealing with a fight like this or not, it does not change the fact that Voidland is lacking in 6th order Yin and Yang element materials, and something has to be done about that. Yuhi nodded. Young Master is right. Yang Kai sat up straight and raised his voice. Good. The problem before us is clear. Where are we going to find so many 6th order Yin and Yang element materials? If you have any good ideas, let's hear it. Bian Yuqing suggested. We can continue to offer a premium in exchange for the materials in the Star City, but I don't think it will do much good. After all, we have been doing the same thing for a long time now and have only been able to acquire a few 6th order Yin and Yang element materials. Yang Kai said, we must continue it even if the results are not good. After all, any peace is better than none. Bian Yuqing nodded in response. Mo Mei added next. Perhaps we can look for the cave heavens and paradises? Why don't we go directly to them and ask to purchase the materials we need? Those cave heavens and paradises have ruled over the 3,000 worlds for many years, so they are bound to have accumulated some reserves. Yuhi shook her head. It's useless. In the entirety of the 3,000 worlds, materials in the 6th order and above have always been scarce. Even if those cave heavens and paradises were able to accumulate some of these resources, they would rather stockpile them as strategic reserves. It would be impossible for them to sell them off to others so simply, much less now that we are in a confrontation with Zuquan Hui, who has Thousand Cranes Paradise behind him. Huigu narrowed his eyes. Then, does that mean that there's really no other way? Bian Yuqing asked. Sect Master, didn't you meet with the young Union Master of Gathering Yuan Union the other day? Since they are a trade company, they should have a way to get such materials, right? Yang Kai nodded. Of course, Gathering Yuan Union definitely has their own methods. Even though 6th order Yin and Yang element materials are scarce, they will surely be able to get their hands on some. However, the possibility of us working with Gathering Yuan Union is low. They may not be willing to take the risk of offending Zuquan Hui and Thousand Cranes Paradise to do business with us. If it were a few days ago, then there would still be some possibility of the two of them cooperating with each other. However, after the big fight with Zuquan Hui and the killing of the 6th order Zhou Ti, Gathering Yuan Union will surely hear the news soon. And Gathering Yuan Union had already revealed some fear of Thousand Cranes Paradise, so it made it even more unlikely for them to cooperate with Void Land after what happened. Mo Mei muttered, it would be great if there was another Universe Cave Heaven or Universe Paradise like Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would surely leave behind a rich inheritance after their death. Yang Kai laughed. Even the Universe Paradises and Cave Heavens left behind after the deaths of those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters may not contain what we need. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the greatest example. Indeed, Yang Kai obtained many great things in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but he really did not find that many yin or yang element treasures, which showed just how rare these things were. I do know of a place that may have what we need, and in a good volume, too. Old Bai, who was sitting at the side the whole time, suddenly spoke. Where? Yang Kai quickly turned over to look at him in high spirits, at the same time cursing himself for being so muddle-headed. Old Bai, chef, and accountant were originally the proprietor's subordinates, and First in itself was in the intelligence-gathering business, so they were the best people to ask if there was anything they needed answers for in the 3,000 worlds. The others also looked towards Old Bai. After some hesitation, Old Bai began. Do you still remember Luan Bai Feng? Yang Kai raised a brow. Luan Bai Feng from the Black Prison? Yes, her. Old Bai nodded. Naturally. Thinking back, Yang Kai had met with this woman twice. The first time was when she followed Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master Kong Feng, when he led the 100 Sect Alliance to attack Voidland. It was during those events that Yang Kai learned that this woman had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. So she was invited by Kong Feng to crack Voidland's 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. She also proved herself to be extremely strong and competent, as she was almost able to dispel the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array completely. After the defeat of the 100 Sects Alliance, Kong Feng was killed, and Luan Bai Feng disappeared without a trace. Later, when Yang Kai went to Shadowless Cave Heaven, this woman appeared again and blocked his way together with Heavenly Sword Union's new Union Master, Shen Liang. Shen Liang was killed in that conflict, but Luan Bai Feng escaped again. Yang Kai had a deep impression of her. Firstly, Luan Bai Feng's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were truly high, and the other was that she was also very good at keeping herself alive. Once she saw that the situation was not right, she immediately retreated. 2 successive generations of Heavenly Sword Union's Union Masters died in battle, but she escaped both conflicts. However, Yang Kai did not know very much about her. He knew only that she was the leader of a great force called Black Prison. Now that Old Bai brought her up, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little puzzled. Is there something special about this woman? Old Bai shook his head. No, there's nothing particularly special about her. What's special is the Black Prison. Everyone looked towards him, but only you. He had a thoughtful look on her face. Among the many open heaven realm masters present, more than half of them came from Blood Monster Cave Heaven's Abundant City. Before meeting Yang Kai, generations of them had been living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, unable to escape due to the blood principle restriction placed on their ancestors. There were also those who were brought out by Yang Kai from the Shadowless Cave Heaven, who did not know much information about the current state of the 3,000 worlds. He knew a few things, but not as much as Old Bai did. The Black Prison is called the Black Prison because it was a naturally formed prison with all sorts of natural arrays within. Its environment is also extremely harsh, so one could say that unless one were very familiar with the place, it is all but impossible to leave alive after entering. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Luan Bai Feng has such high attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. To live most of one's life in a place that was filled with countless naturally formed arrays, one would only be killed if their attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays were not high. The Black Prison is such a dangerous place that even if a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master were to step foot into it, they may still not be able to escape safely. Rumor has it that even high-rank Open Heaven Masters may not be Luan Bai Feng's opponent inside the Black Prison, as she can borrow the strength of all sorts of grand arrays there to display a strength far greater than her own. Old Bai went on. So, in all the 3,000 worlds, Luan Bai Feng, and even Black Prison itself have become well known. After all, not every 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master has the heritage and ability to kill masters in the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Yang Kai nodded lightly. To be able to manipulate and control such impressive grand arrays, she's a remarkable woman indeed. But what sort of place is this Black Prison? Old Bai shook his head. I do not know either. After all, I have never been there myself. I only know that the place is very strange, and its dangers are no less than the shattered heaven. Why would she choose to stay in such a dangerous place? Yang Kai was confused. Old Bai laughed. Men, or in this case women, die for wealth just as birds die for food. If the Black Prison did not have something attractive enough, why would Luan Bai Feng stay there and not move? Black prison is rich in a very special cultivation resource, and because it is fully black in color, it is called black stone. Maoja was curious. What's so special about this black stone? Old Bai shook his head. There's nothing special about the black stones themselves, but it is a different story when it comes to what is contained within them. A piece of black stone may contain nothing, or it may be hiding third, fourth, fifth, sixth, or even seventh or eighth order cultivation materials of various elements. Everyone drew a sharp breath upon hearing this. Hua Yong could not help but look wide-eyed at Old Bai. Even seventh and eighth order materials can be found in these black stones? Old Bai nodded seriously. That is what the rumors say. Nobody has seen it for themselves, but it has been confirmed that a good amount of fifth order and sixth order materials have come out of these black stones. Yang Kai was shaken. There is no shortage of wonders in the 3,000 worlds. Zhou Ye frowned. If that is true, then as a cultivator who is merely in the sixth order open heaven realm, how did Luan Bai Feng gain control over the black prison? For a place as rich in resources as that, wouldn't even the cave heavens and paradises covet it? This question raised doubts in many of their minds. Old Bai smiled. Senior Sister Zhou is right. If black prison were just an ordinary place, then Luan Bai Feng would not be qualified to control it. It would have long been taken over by the cave heavens or paradises. However, the black prison has its peculiarities. Not to mention, the major cave heavens and paradises themselves have abundant wealth already. Who among them do not have their own resource production areas? The black prison may not even be worthy of their attention. Secondly, even if the black prison is rich in materials, they are extremely difficult to mine. Black stone is something that only those in the open heaven realm are strong enough to mine, and supposedly, the deeper you go into the black prison, the higher the order required to mine the resources. The harsh environment in the black prison should also be taken into account. There are dangers everywhere, and a cultivator's life may be lost at any moment. Even if they were fortunate enough to escape, their cultivation would still constantly be nibbled away by the natural arrays if they lived in such a place for long, which would eventually cause their small universe to shrink and collapse, a fate even worse than death. After a pause, Old Bai went on. The price to mine black stone in black prison is the cultivation and vitality of an open heaven realm master. This was not something that those cave heavens and paradises could afford to do. Otherwise, they would be universally condemned. Those who mine black stone in the black prison become or slaves. Due to the harsh environment of the black prison, open heaven realm masters do not have long lifespans there. So the demand for or slaves has always been great for the black prison. Or slaves come from many different channels. Some are open heaven realm masters who committed great sins and were then bought by Luan Bai Feng at high prices to become lifelong slaves. Others were malefactors captured by Luan Bai Feng, and even those who were simply seized. There are also losers of conflicts between two great forces. While speaking, Old Bai shot a glance at Hui Gu. Senior brother Hui Gu has been staying in Inyang Cave Heaven's prison star this whole time. In comparison to Black Prison, the prison star's conditions are extremely hospitable. The Black Prison is many times harsher than what he knows. Cold sweat ran down Hui Gu's head to hear that. Inwardly, he was feeling glad that Inyang Cave Heaven did not have any agreements with Luan Bai Feng. Otherwise, their convicts may have all been sold to the Black Prison, and they would become nothing more than withered bones. Yang Kai descended into thought as he speculated. If that is so, does that mean that Luan Bai Feng had other intentions in mind when she came along with Kong Feng's 100 Sects alliance to Voidland? Old Bai nodded. Kong Feng and Luan Bai Feng have had several business dealings in the past, so they are well acquainted with each other. He personally invited Luan Bai Feng to crack the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Naturally, the most compelling reason for Luan Bai Feng to agree was the ore slaves she could obtain. If Voidland was defeated back then all of the open heaven realm masters would have been taken back by her to the Black Prison, where they would mine black stone for the rest of their lives. Unfortunately for her, both she and Kong Feng did not expect the heritage of our Voidland to be so great. They tried to steal a chicken but failed and lost their rice too. Yang Kai stroked his chin. In that case, this Black Prison is worth a trip, Luan Baifeng has been running Black Prison for so many years, so she must have accumulated a good amount of resources by now. If we can bring her to our side, then the crisis that our Void Land is facing will be solved in no time. Old Bai shook his head. I don't suggest you find her directly in the Black Prison. I mentioned before that the Black Prison has countless natural arrays inside of it. Even if you are strong, you may not be able to find her even if you made it inside. And if you do manage to find her, you may not be her opponent. Yang Kai looked at him. Then, what do you think we should do instead? To advance with stillness, Old Bai explained concisely. If there is anyone in this world most interested in the battle between great forces, then it has to be Luan Baifeng. There is bound to be a loser in every battle, and any open heaven realm master defeated can become an or slave she so needs. So she is happy to intervene in such fights, betting in advance the side she takes will win. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Now that Zuoquan Hui has engaged our Void Land in a head-on confrontation, we will not be able to hide the battle that took place here a few days ago from prying eyes. News will spread sooner or later, and Luan Baifeng has caused trouble twice for our Void Land. No matter her original intentions, she has already formed a grudge with us. With so many open heaven realm masters here, we are definitely a huge temptation for her. Old Bai nodded. If news reaches her ears, she will definitely come out to help Zuoquan Hui. Yang Kai got up at once. We must not delay things. I will go to the Black Prison now. If we are too late, I may not be able to intercept her. He hurriedly spoke up. Young master, I will go with you. Yang Kai waved his hand. This I can do alone. Zuoquan Hui may have left Void Territory, but he will definitely leave spies to monitor our every move. I may still be able to act quietly alone, but moving with more people will make it more difficult. In my absence, I will leave you all to take care of Void Territory. Zuoquan Hui will most likely not raise his hand again on the lower universe worlds, so all you have to do is stay here and watch over the sect. Then everything will be fine. Do not fight him head-on before I return. Everyone cupped their fists. Yes, even though he was worried. She knew that Yang Kai was right. With his attainments in the Tao of space, Yang Kai could move freely and easily by himself. She would only be a burden if she went along with him, so she did not argue his decision. Many days had already passed since the battle, and nobody knew when news of it would reach Luan Baifeng's ears. However, once Luan Baifeng learned that Zuoquan Hui was personally launching an attack on Voidland, she may not be able to resist the urge to get involved in the struggle. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai did not dally for even a moment. As soon as he left orders for his subordinates, he set out. Using space principles, Yang Kai could come and go secretly without fear of being discovered by anyone. While traveling, he continued recovering from the wounds he suffered in the previous battle, and in just a few days he arrived at the local territory gate. Divine sense stirring, Yang Kai made sure that no eyes were watching him at the territory gate before diving in. After passing through the territory gate and arriving at the adjacent Great Territory, Yang Kai concealed his aura as soon as possible. If Zuoquan Hui left any eyes behind to monitor the situation, then they would most likely be near the territory gates which led to Voidland. Yang Kai looked around for a moment, but did not find anything to be concerned about. Most likely, Zuoquan Hui had not had enough time to leave any of his men here. After all, it had only been a few days, and he had the injuries incurred from the Sun and Moon Divine will that required his full and immediate attention. Since he found no eyes on him even after reaching this place, Yang Kai was able to breathe easy and began acting more boldly. The 3,000 worlds were vast, and as a lone man, he was just like the water flowing in the sea. Nobody could even dream of catching his tracks. Even though he had never been to the Black Prison before, Yang Kai was not worried about losing his way with his universe chart in hand. Passing through one great territory after another, Yang Kai urged his space principles on, and in just 1 month was able to reach the great territory neighboring the Black Prison. The great territory that the Black Prison was located in was marked as the Black Territory on the universe chart. The great territory that Yang Kai was in at this moment was only separated from the Black Territory by a single territory gate. After passing through that gate, he would be able to reach the Black Territory without issue. But before he could ascertain what the situation on the other side of the territory gate was like, Yang Kai did not dare to rush in headfirst. If he accidentally came across a trapping array, it was possible that he would reveal himself, which would force him into a direct confrontation with Luan Baifeng. No matter what, fighting in someone else's territory would always leave one at a disadvantage. What was more, the greatest problem Yang Kai faced today was whether or not Luan Baifeng was even in the Black Territory. If she were not here, then everything would have been for naught. Even if she were here, Yang Kai still could not guarantee that Luan Baifeng would come out from the territory gate that he was in front of right now. From the universe chart, Yang Kai could see that there were as many as 5 territory gates leading to the Black Territory that were connected to 5 different great territories. If Luan Baifeng were to leave Black Prison, then there was only a 20% possibility of her coming out from this territory gate. So, in Yang Kai's opinion, the most important thing to do right now was to find out Luan Baifeng's whereabouts and lure her out of the territory gate that he was at. Though this was not going to be an easy task. It required patience and cunning. For the next few days, Yang Kai rested in the area around the territory gate. He had decided to wait here for up to 2 months, and if nothing were to come out of this exercise, then he would take the risk of heading straight into the Black Prison to find out where Luan Baifeng was. Fortunately, a person's aura suddenly appeared near the territory gate after just a dozen days. Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged cultivating nearby, looked over at the territory gate just in time to see a black-robed man leave from the territory gate. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. This man had obviously just come out from the Black Territory, and the fact that he could freely leave meant that he was one of Luan Baifeng's confidants. From the aura fluctuations coming off of this person, Yang Kai could also tell that he was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm. After passing through the territory gate, the black-robed man gently shook his head to shake off the discomfort he was feeling. Then, after ascertaining the direction, he sped off into the void. However, after going for just a short distance, something blurred in his vision and a figure blocked his way ahead. The black-robed man was stunned and defensively shouted, "Who goes there? What do you want?" The man ahead grinned at him, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. He suddenly reached out and grabbed him before chuckling, "Come over here. I have some questions that I'd like to ask you." A few moments later, the black-robed man stood respectfully before Yang Kai with a meek expression. Yang Kai looked in satisfaction at the 2 characters on the 8th page of his loyalty list, written in fresh blood, Xianxia. With Yang Kai's current strength, dealing with a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a simple matter. This 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master called Xianxia did not even have the opportunity to struggle before he was subdued by Yang Kai. This man was also very sensible. Knowing that he was not his attacker's opponent, he immediately begged for mercy. After asking him a few questions, Yang Kai had him leave his name on the loyalty list. There were 9 pages in the loyalty list, and 8 had been used thus far. Only 1 page was left, and for this very last page, Yang Kai intended to leave it blank for Luan Baifeng. Xianxia was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, so it was reasonable to say that he was now not qualified to have his name placed on the loyalty list. Yang Kai used to be weak, and did not have many subordinates that he could use, so he did not have the qualifications to pick and choose his followers. That was why he chose to accept Chun Tianfei, He He, and Yun Xinghua. Now, the masters among his subordinates were as many as the clouds, so it really was a waste for a trivial 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to take up space in his loyalty list. However, Luan Baifeng was just barely worth the last slot he had. Yang Kai carefully put the loyalty list away before glancing over at Xianxia. "Since you've already left your name on the loyalty list, then you should be able to feel that your life or death is now in my hands. With just a thought, I can decide whether you live or die." Xianxia's sweat dripped down like rain as he quickly pleaded, "Mercy, sir. Please be merciful. This subordinate will follow sir's lead and obey sir's orders." Yang Kai said indifferently, "Since I've taken you under my wing, then I naturally will not ask you to die." Xianxia raised his eyes meekly at Yang Kai. "Then, is there anything that sir needs the subordinate to do? I have a question for you. You said that Luan Baifeng was inside the Black Prison. Did you not?" Xianxia quickly nodded. "Yes. Can you be sure? Don't lie to me." It's definitely the truth, sir. This subordinate received orders from the warden to purchase some things just a day or two ago. Yang Kai was happy to hear that answer and nodded. Good. Obviously, there was no way that Xianpeng could lie under the effects of the loyalty list. So Yang Kai was sure that Luan Baifeng was currently inside the black prison. It seemed he had not made this trip for nothing, which made the 10 or so days he spent waiting here worth it. How many open heaven realm masters are in the black prison? Yang Kai asked. Xianpeng thought about it for a moment before asking, including thee or slaves? Including thee or slaves, and otherwise. Xianpeng gave a quick answer. Including thee or slaves, there are almost 200. Otherwise, there are only a little over 30. Yang Kai was speechless. Based on what Xianpeng said, there are around 200 open heaven realm masters currently in black prison's confinement. This was no small number, as no ordinary great force would generally have such a high concentration of open heaven realm masters. However, most of them were merely the or slaves in Luan Baifeng's subordination, so there was no need to pay them much attention. If anyone did enter into a conflict with Luan Baifeng, there was no way they would help. The only ones who had gained Luan Baifeng's trust and could come and go freely in the black prison numbered around 30 people. How many are in the 5th order? What about 6th order? Yang Kai asked. Xianpeng answered. Reporting to Sir, the warden is the only one in the 6th order open heaven realm in the black prison. As for those in the 5th order, there are 7 of them. The rest are below the 5th order open heaven realm. Yang Kai was surprised. Luan Baifeng is the only 6th order open heaven realm master in the black prison? He thought that the black prison would have several 6th order open heaven realm masters at least. So this was a surprising answer. However, this did make the rest easier. Xianpeng laughed bitterly. The warden is a very paranoid person. Even after being in charge of the black prison for so long, she never allowed her subordinates to advance into the 6th order. Any with the potential and signs of advancing will be thrown into black prison's depths to mine. Yang Kai coldly snorted. What a ruthless woman. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai started with another question. What were you asked to buy on this trip? Xianpeng answered what it was. Yang Kai nodded. Go to the Star City to finish your mission. I will wait here for you. Xianpeng had no idea what Yang Kai was planning to do, but he did not dare to ask too many questions. So he hurriedly responded, Yes. Then, please wait here for a few days, sir. This subordinate will go and return quickly. A moment later, Xianpeng left. Yang Kai stood alone in the void, rubbing his chin and pondering. Right now, he had gotten confirmation that Luan Baifeng was inside the black prison. Now, all that was left to do was to lure her out, and he also had to make sure that she would leave from this territory gate. After studying the universe chart, Yang Kai felt much more assured. Even though the black territory had a total of 5 different territory gates that connected to different great territories, if Luan Baifeng really had intentions to help Zuoquan Hui to stir up trouble for Voidland, then there was a great possibility that she would leave from this territory gate. After all, this was the closest territory gate to Voidland. If she were to choose a different route, then it would take her a trip through at least 2 extra great territories to get there, which would delay her a great deal. Now, the most critical thing left was to lure Luan Baifeng out. Yang Kai had some certainty that she would come, but he also did not dare to be too sure. 6 days later, Xianpeng returned from the Great Territory's Star City. Yang Kai, who was hiding, showed himself and gave him detailed instructions. Xianpeng nodded incessantly, putting Yang Kai's orders to mind, and a short while later, he jumped into the territory gate. A day later, inside a palace, Xianpeng stood submissively inside. Reclined on the long chair before him was Luan Baifeng. She was sitting in a lazy manner with a pipe in hand. Faint smoke drifted out from the furnace. With eyes half shut out of comfort, Luan Baifeng's nose quivered faintly as the smoke entered and left her nose. Have you bought what I asked? Luan Baifeng asked. Yes, I've bought it, Warden. Xianpeng answered respectfully and took out a space ring, offering it to her with both hands. A woman dressed like a maidservant next to Luan Baifeng came forward to take the space ring before returning to her position. You've worked hard. Luan Baifeng responded indifferently. her long phoenix eyes still semi-shut. "It is this subordinate's honor to serve." Xianpeng flattered her with a big smile, but he did not excuse himself immediately because he knew that Luan Baifeng would always ask for something else whenever he was sent to procure items from the Star City. And Luan Baifeng made a lazy hum in response before asking, "Did anything interesting happen outside recently?" Staring down at his toes, Xianpeng nodded. "Indeed, there are a few things." "Speak." Luan Baifeng played with the wisps of smoke in front of her with a jade finger, eyes looking distant. "Firstly, the result of Inyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly is out. The one who took first place was Voidland's Lord, Yang Kai." "Huh." Luan Baifeng's narrowed eyes opened slightly, and a cold light emerged in them. "That Yang Kai actually won first place? How could he, someone in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm, achieve something like that? Are the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises all wastes?" Even though she was not present when Yang Kai advanced into the Open Heaven realm, she would naturally keep herself apprised of his situation now that she had made enemies of Voidland. So, it was not strange for her to know that Yang Kai was only in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Xianpeng answered, "Warden, this subordinate heard that Yang Kai is not in the Fifth Order, but the Sixth Order." "Sixth Order?" Luan Baifeng's eyes widened again. Then, she snorted. "Where did you hear that rumor?" "He was merely a Fifth Order when he broke through, that much is certain. The high-rank Open Heaven realm masters of several Cave Heavens and Paradises saw it with their own eyes. So how could that be false? This subordinate does not know where the mistake began, but that man is indeed in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, there is no doubt about that. And, during Inyang Cave Heaven's Tao Theory Assembly, he even killed a man called Zhao Xing." "Zhao Xing?" Luan Baifeng's finger paused, a contemplative look appearing on her face. "That name sounds familiar. What sect is he from?" This subordinate heard that he is from Thousand Cranes Paradise, and is even a core disciple who broke through directly to the Sixth Order. Luan Baifeng's eyes, which were narrowed this whole time, widened into circles, and her stern gaze was fixed on Xianpeng standing below, who instantly began sweating from the mountain-like pressure placed on him. Hearing Xianpeng's story, she finally remembered who this Zhao Xing was. Indeed, he was a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise, and when he successfully advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm a few decades ago, many great forces went to congratulate him. Even she had brought a gift over. "Is that true?" Luan Baifeng questioned sharply. Xianpeng stammered. "This news has already spread among the general populace. Whether it is true or not, this subordinate does not know, but everyone is saying the same thing." Blinking, Luan Baifeng muttered to herself, "Waves do not form without wind. This is a matter that concerns Thousand Cranes Paradise's face. If it were not true, then Thousand Cranes Paradise would definitely step out to curb the rumors. However, the rumors have already spread to the masses, so it is most likely true. Zhao Xing advanced into the Sixth Order several decades ago. But Yang Kai actually managed to kill him? Is he really in the Sixth Order too? But how did that happen? She thought about it for a while, but still could not figure out how Yang Kai could suddenly jump from the Fifth Order to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Suddenly, she laughed like flowers trembling on a branch, her voice crisp and pleasant to the ears. She laughed for a while before collecting herself. How would Thousand Cranes Paradise stay still after Yang Kai killed Zhao Xing? Has Voidland been razed to the ground by them yet? Not yet. Xianpeng shook his head. Because Inyang Cave Heaven intervened as Zhao Xing's death occurred in the Tao Theory Assembly. There is no way that Thousand Cranes Paradise can openly exact revenge for Zhao Xing. In the end, his honored master, Suoquan Hui, deserted Thousand Cranes Paradise while bringing along the disciples under him. Suoquan Hui deserted Thousand Cranes Paradise? Luan Baifeng was shocked. However, a person of her stature and experience only had to think for a moment before understanding the sequence of events. That old fox. Continue. Suoquan Hui led his disciples to Void territory in order to kill Yang Kai. However, not only was he wounded after entering into a big fight with him, Another sixth-order disciple under him called Zhou Ti was killed during the battle. Luan Baifeng was even more stunned at this revelation. Zuoquan Hui was wounded? Did you hear that wrong? Xian Peng shook his head. That is what they are saying outside, and the rumors are still going strong in the Star City. If Warden does not believe it, she can send someone to inquire about the matter. Luan Baifeng shook her head. It was not that she did not believe Xian Peng's words. She just wondered whether there were any mistakes with those rumors or not. After all, Zuoquan Hui was a seventh-order master, so how could he be injured so easily? Having suddenly thought of something, she began. It was the doing of Voidland's two divine spirits, wasn't it? Only the two divine spirits would be able to hurt a man like Zuoquan Hui. Xian Peng answered respectfully. This subordinate does not think so. From beginning to end, the two divine spirits were never mentioned in the rumors. Rather, it was the huge number of sixth-order and fifth-order open heaven realm masters from Voidland. Just the number of those in the sixth order was 9. In order to save his disciple, Zuoquan Hui was caught off guard and injured. 9 sixth-order open heaven realm masters? The more she listened, the more confused Luan Baifeng became. She had been to Voidland before, and if there were 9 sixth-order open heaven realm masters there at that time, then how could she have been able to return alive? And how many years had it been since the 100 Sects Alliance besieged them? How could 9 sixth-order open heaven realm masters suddenly appear? Right now, Zuoquan Hui must still be recovering from his injuries. In this subordinate's opinion, a fierce struggle between two evenly matched opponents will soon take place between Zuoquan Hui and Voidland, now that 2 sixth-order disciples of the former have been killed. Luan Baifeng nodded lightly. Zuoquan Hui is still in the 7th-order open heaven realm after all. Naturally, if he lost face, then he must get it back. Otherwise, how will he still maintain his footing in the future? She waved him off. You're excused. Yes. Not daring to say anything more, Xian Peng bowed and left. Wisps of smoke were still fluttering from the pipe, but Luan Baifeng was not as interested in it as before. There was an inexplicable glint in her narrow phoenix eyes, as if she were thinking about something. The maidservant next to her began softly. Mistress, should the subordinate go out and verify the rumors? Luan Baifeng shook her head. Rumors are not to be believed. There's no finding out the truth unless we find Zuoquan Hui and ask him about what happened in person. The maidservant answered. But if Zuoquan Hui is still in recovery, he must be in hiding. Who would be able to find him? Luan Baifeng rubbed her fingers subconsciously. That's right, who will be able to find him? However, it is true that Voidland is troublesome. She also kept tabs on Voidland. After all, a grudge had formed between them, so who knew whether or not Voidland would find an opportunity to come to the Black Prison to seek revenge? Voidland had gradually been growing stronger, and back then those guys from the 100 Sect Alliance went rushing over to apologize one by one while bearing gifts. Meanwhile, Luan Baifeng remained in the Black Prison. The environment here was treacherous, and there were also the countless natural arrays she could take advantage of. She did not care too much at first, but now it seemed that Voidland had grown to the point where it could threaten her. She alone would not be able to solve this hidden danger called Voidland, but perhaps she may be able to seek out Zuoquan Hui in order to cooperate with him and eradicate this scourge with his help. The air was quiet, and a 1,000,000-kilometer area around the territory gate was like a forbidden zone that nobody dared to approach. Even those who were in a hurry were unwilling to get too close. Everyone knew that this was the entrance to the Black Territory, and they also knew how ruthless a woman Luan Baifeng was. If they were to bump into her along the way, then they just might be captured and brought to the Black Prison to become her slaves. Yang Kai remained alone, quietly waiting. The bait had been cast, but he could not be sure of whether the fish would take it or not. He had only agreed with Xian Peng that if Luan Baifeng were to leave the Black Prison from another territory gate, he would find a way to inform him about it. That would also give Yang Kai time to adjust his plans. 5 days had passed since Xian Peng returned to the Black Territory, but there was still no movement at the territory gate. On the 6th day, however, the heavens seemingly heard Yang Kai's pleas and a ship suddenly sailed out of the territory gate. Yang Kai, who was watching for any movements from afar, saw the ship as soon as it appeared. What was certain was that, indeed, it was one of Black Prison's ships. However, he did not make his move immediately because he could not guarantee that Luan Baifeng was aboard. Concealing his aura and figure, he continued to watch closely. At a certain moment, a brilliant light suddenly shot out from the ship. Naturally, it was the signal that he had agreed on with Xianpeng. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and his body flashed, lunging towards the boat at the speed of lightning. In the uppermost cabin of the ship, Luan Baifeng was sitting on her chair, twirling her finger around her hair with a contemplative look on her face. She had no idea why, but she had been feeling restless since leaving the Black Territory, as if something bad was about to happen. This feeling made her extremely alert. It was at that moment that a clear energy fluctuation rippled out from a certain part of the ship. She quickly turned her head to the window and, from the corner of her eye, caught a stream of light erupting and illuminating a large space. Luan Baifeng's face paled. Spreading out her divine sense, she quickly detected a person leaving the ship and heading out at high speed. Xianpeng! Murderous intent blazed in Luan Baifeng's eyes as she shouted his name through gritted teeth. Even though she had no idea why Xianpeng would betray her, the blinding secret technique from before was obviously some sort of code agreed upon by Xianpeng and some other party. Before she even had any time to think about the situation, Luan Baifeng quickly felt a familiar aura rapidly approaching her, and a voice boomed, "Luan Baifeng, suffer death." Yang Kai? Luan Baifeng was startled by the voice and turned her head towards the direction where the aura was coming from. She had encountered Yang Kai twice before, so naturally, she was familiar with his aura. There, in her vision, she saw Yang Kai rapidly approaching just as she had expected. Luan Baifeng's first thought that it must be some sort of trap, and that Voidland's army was ambushing her. She could possibly be surrounded at any moment and killed. However, from what she could detect, there was no army, only Yang Kai alone in this place. Brat who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You court death. Luan Baifeng began to move as she screamed, leaping through the window as she formed a set of hand seals and pushed her world force before throwing out a palm at the approaching enemy. Even though she did not understand why Yang Kai would come to ambush her by himself, she did not want to miss such a golden opportunity. If she was able to capture Yang Kai, then she would be able to offer him up as a great gift to Zuoquan Hui. Then, once the battle against Voidland was over, her words would hold much more power, allowing her to get more slaves from Voidland. Even though she did not use her full strength, it was still not something that an ordinary Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to withstand, not even for one in the Sixth Order. She had advanced to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm many centuries ago, so the heritage that she accumulated was extremely rich. Faced with this palm, Yang Kai simply met it with a sneer as he shouted, "The one who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth is you." World force erupted and their auras clashed as the two figures rapidly approached each other. Luan Baifeng's face changed, and her eyes went wide. Xianpeng was right, this brat is really in the Sixth Order. The moment their world forces collided, Luan Baifeng was able to sense this clearly. The world force possessed by her opponent was definitely not something that a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm cultivator would be able to bring out. Yang Kai was definitely a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and not an ordinary one at that. Luan Baifeng had never felt this sort of oppression from any other Sixth Order Master before. When her own world force was faced with her opponent's power, it was smashed apart like it was dry weeds or rotten wood. It was her total defeat. Jolting in realization of the situation, Luan Baifeng no longer dared to hold back. With her small universe's illusory phantom flickering behind her, she immediately went all out. However, she was still unable to block her opponent's attack. Yang Kai's palm practically crushed and flattened all the obstacles in front of him. Breaking through the force of Luan Baifeng's palm, he quickly cut their distance of 1,000 kilometers to zero. In the next instant, the large palm enveloped in world force struck Luan Baifeng's towering chest. Her ribs sank down from the force as a look of horror and shock emerged on Luan Baifeng's face. Fresh blood spurted out of her mouth, and her aura deflated significantly. They were both in the sixth-order open heaven realm, but she could not even withstand a single palm from Xianxia and was severely wounded with just one hit. However, this woman had presided over the Black Prison for so many years, so she naturally had some real ability. The moment she sensed she was at a disadvantage, she immediately used the force of the recoil to put distance between her and Xianxia. At the same time, her wrist turned and revealed an array plate. Launching it straight in Xianxia's direction, she shouted, "Open!" The array plate activated, and the killing array that was engraved into it spread out in a flash, enveloping hundreds of kilometers in an instant. A violent power erupted from it, transforming into countless attacks that changed the area within the radius into a slaughtering field. Luan Baifeng did not pause, however. Although her array plate was powerful, judging from the strike that Xianxia displayed earlier, she knew it would be impossible to stop him with just that. Her array plate would delay him for a couple dozen breaths at the most. Still, that was enough time. She had barely left the Black Territory, so with a few dozen breaths, she could still return. As long as she could cross the territory gate, with the help of the countless natural arrays present within, she could exert a strength that was far beyond her own. Forget Xianxia being a sixth-order master. Even if he was in the seventh order, once he was inside her territory, he should not even dream of leaving unscathed. Having suffered such a huge loss out of nowhere, the hatred gathered in Luan Baifeng's heart had already reached the heavens. So even while she was escaping, she was already thinking of how she was going to take revenge on Xianxia for this. However, only 100 kilometers away from Black Territory's territory gate, Luan Baifeng suddenly stopped and stood in awe, staring at the figure that blocked her path. Xianxia stood with a spear in hand that was pointing forward as he grinned widely. "Since I already know about your attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, how could I not be prepared to deal with you? How did you—" Luan Baifeng was in disbelief. "You think you were able to trap me in that killing array? The Tao of Space is too profound for a woman like you to comprehend." Xianxia snickered. "You want to return to the Black Territory? That's not an option." Luan Baifeng ground her teeth. At the same time as when her body drifted backwards, she summoned 3 more array plates into her hands. However, before she could even toss out the 3 array plates, Xianxia had disappeared from in front of her. A great sense of crisis loomed over her. Luan Baifeng raised her hand and was about to ignore everything else to throw down the array plates when she felt a sting in her wrist. Her vision became a blur, and Xianxia was already in front of her, his broad chest practically pressing against hers as his hot breath blew on her face. "I have a great use for you alive, so don't force me to kill you." Luan Baifeng looked down to see that her hand that was holding the array plates had been pierced through by a spear and was covered in blood. A cold feeling flooded her from her head down to her toes as Luan Baifeng froze in place. Her eyes quivered, and her mind was a chaotic mess. How could someone who was merely in the sixth-order open heaven realm possibly be this strong? She did not even have the ability to fight back in front of this man. It could almost be said that her life or death was in the palm of his hand. Raising her head, Luan Baifeng stared at Xianxia, who was right in front of her, gritting her teeth and asking, "What are you going to do?" Xianxia grinned. "I told you, I need you alive, so don't be so nervous. If you obediently cooperate with me, then naturally, there will be no harm to your life." Luan Baifeng blinked. "You want to cooperate with me? A wise person will submit to the circumstances." Xianxia nodded. Then, he took out the loyalty list and said with an amiable expression, Come, come, come. Leave your name and your blood essence here." Luan Baifeng glanced at the loyalty list, and her pretty face sank. "Loyalty list? This thing is in your possession. It's good that you know it. That saves me the effort of having to explain." Xianxia smiled. Luan Baifeng sneered. "If I leave my name on the loyalty list, then won't I be under your control forever, never to have freedom again? Indeed. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I'd rather die." Xianxia looked indifferently at her. "You only have one chance, so choose well. If you pick the right answer, then you get to live. Otherwise, you die." Luan Baifeng turned her head away and snorted. taking up the stance of a woman who was prepared for death. Yang Kai nodded. For a woman to have such a backbone, there are many men who cannot compare to you. That is worth admiring. In that case, let me send you on your way. At the end of his sentence, Yang Kai brought his hand down on Luan Baifeng's head, and Golden Crow's true fire burst from his palm, instantly turning her into a ball of fire. Miserable screams filled the air as Luan Baifeng's entire body was enveloped by the pitch-black Golden Crow's true fire. Of course, there was no way for her to die in a short time thanks to her strong vitality. However, her cultivation, which was only in the sixth order open heaven realm, was not enough for her to extinguish the Golden Crow's true fire. In the face of doom, she was cursed to endure indescribable torment and suffering. "You're really going to kill me?" Luan Baifeng asked as she screamed in agony. After all, Yang Kai told her earlier that he had a use for her alive. Yet now he was actually trying to kill her in the blink of an eye. His mood changed faster than one could flip pages in a book. Yang Kai remained silent as he watched her indifferently with a cold look in his eyes, as if he were seeing her off from this plane of existence. Luan Baifeng panicked. Death was a terrifying thought, and though she knew that Yang Kai was merely trying to force her hand with this method, she was still frightened by his ruthlessness and determination. If this were to continue, then she might really die. "Please spare me. I'll do as you ask," Luan Baifeng shouted. When Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed at her again, the blaze of the Golden Crow's true fire that enveloped Luan Baifeng's body seemed to have a life of its own and quickly returned to his palm. "You should have said so earlier. Then you wouldn't have had to suffer so much." A short while later, Yang Kai received the loyalty list back from Luan Baifeng's hands with great satisfaction. There, on the final page, was Luan Baifeng's name written in 3 large, bright red characters. From the time that Chun Tianfei volunteered to put himself on the loyalty list at the very beginning until now, all 9 pages had been used up. On each page was blood essence used to write the name of each person. Chun Tianfei, He He, Yun Xinghua, Maozhe, Geng Qing, Zhouya, Hui Gu, Xian Peng, Luan Baifeng. Unless one of them died, a new blank page would not appear in the loyalty list. And out of the 9, as many as 5 pages were taken up by 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, which helped Yang Kai on many occasions. Without the loyalty list, Yang Kai would not have had the confidence to bring the 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain out from the shadowless cave heaven. Without the loyalty list, there was no way he could safely cooperate with Hui Gu, much less subdue Luan Baifeng on this day. The loyalty list was a mysterious artifact with great binding force refined by a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master that had been nicknamed Loyalty Demon many years ago. The list was made using the flesh and bone of the divine spirit Xieji. However, the power of the loyalty list depended on who was using it. Even though Chun Tianfei also held the loyalty list back then, he was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm, so the loyalty list was of little use in his hands. However, things were different when it was passed on to Yang Kai's possession. So that's how it is. No wonder Xian Peng had the guts to betray me. Luan Baifeng glanced at the loyalty list with a grim look on her face. She saw Xian Peng's name on the loyalty list just now, which dispelled all her doubts from before. It was only natural that Xian Peng would obey Yang Kai's orders, since he was under the loyalty list suppression. Yang Kai chuckled. "Don't look so reluctant. It'll be much better for you to join me than to stay holed up in the black prison. There's a big world out there. So if you're free, you should go out and have a look." Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. "The winner is the king. The loser is the villain. Anything you say is right." Yang Kai then took a glance around and commented, "These subordinates of yours don't look very loyal." Luan Baifeng was livid. She had not come out alone today. She had brought some other subordinates with her, but when she was fighting Yang Kai, none of them came forward to help her. Of course, part of it was because Yang Kai had moved so quickly that they did not even have the time to react. But if they were truly loyal to her, then they would naturally have come to save her by now. In fact, they had only been watching from afar on the ship without any intention of coming closer. They had even taken a stance where they might leave at any moment. "What are you all staring at? Scram!" Luan Baifeng's stomach was full of grievances. A dozen open heaven realm masters of different orders rushed into the ship in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Luan Baifeng turned to look at Yang Kai. Are you satisfied now? My name is already on your loyalty list. Now, whatever orders you have for me, just voice them. There's no hurry. What's more important is to heal your injuries first. I can't bear to see a beautiful woman like you burned like this either. While saying this, Yang Kai used his towering evergreen divine manifestation. Wondrous green branches dropped down, enveloping Luan Baifeng with rich vitality. Earlier, under the golden crow's true fire, Luan Baifeng had tried her best to resist, but she was still burnt all over, with her exposed skin covered in appalling blisters. They looked terribly painful, but Luan Baifeng did not say a word about it, which showed how strong her endurance was. Now, with the surge of vitality from the towering evergreen, Luan Baifeng's surface injuries healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. While resisting the tingling sensation caused by the technique, Luan Baifeng turned her face away. Do not expect this queen to thank you for such a small favor. She had a calm expression on her face, but inwardly, she was quite shocked. Her burns came from the golden crow's true fire, yet the wood element divine manifestation that Yang Kai used was actually able to produce such visible restorative capabilities. Just what order wood element power did he condense when he was advancing to the open heaven realm? Yang Kai was unperturbed. Now that you have submitted to me, I will naturally treat you well, so I do not expect any thanks from you either. Luan Baifeng frowned and shut her eyes, enjoying the rich vitality that was healing her wounds. A moment later, she suddenly spoke. Xianxia was instructed by you to draw me out, so how much of what he said is true, and how much of it is false? What he told you is basically the truth. Yang Kai responded with indifference. Luan Baifeng's eyes widened in surprise. So, it's true that Zuoquan Hui was injured? Indeed. Luan Baifeng's brows furrowed in thought for a moment before she nodded lightly. You must have been the one to injure him. Your abilities are a little better than what I expected. Even after fighting Yang Kai personally, Luan Baifeng still could not understand how someone in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm could be so strong. Zuoquan Hui was careless and underestimated his opponent, which allowed me to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how difficult do you think it is to wound a Seventh Order Open Heaven realm master? Your Void Land and Zuoquan Hui have already tossed aside all semblance of civility. Yet you choose to run all the way here instead of staying back and watching after your sect. I may be in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, too, but not even 10 of me can match up against Zuoquan Hui. If you are expecting to use me as a countermeasure to deal with Zuoquan Hui, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Unless, did you come here just to take revenge? After all, I did give you trouble twice in the past. Yang Kai laughed. Void Land is as strong as iron. Even without me there's nothing Zuoquan Hui can do to it. I didn't come here for you this time. Rather than that, it's the Black Prison that I'm interested in. There are plenty of supplies in the Black Prison, and I happen to be in need of cultivation materials. Luan Baifeng clenched her teeth and snarled, Shameless! Yang Kai chuckled and took back his towering evergreen. Think what you'd like. Now let's go. Bring me into the Black Prison. Luan Baifeng glared viciously at Yang Kai before turning around reluctantly. Follow me. After the pair returned to the ship, Xianxia ran back as well. He seemed very embarrassed to see Luan Baifeng again, but she did not even spare him a glance. This woman knew, too, that the reason why her ship would have capsized on calm seas this time was partly to do with Xianxia, but Yang Kai was the main culprit. Even if she wanted to kill Xianxia for revenge, Yang Kai would not allow it, so there was no point in doing something useless. On board the ship, the other dozen Open Heaven realm masters were all looking at Yang Kai in awe. They saw with their own eyes how powerless Luan Baifeng had been when she was forced to submit to Yang Kai. So they had an inkling about just how powerful this man was. The boat was not too far away from the Black Prison, so it only took a few moments to return. After passing through the territory gate, they soon arrived in the Black Territory. A dim light enveloped the entire sky. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai looked up and saw there, far away, was a great sun that was giving off light. However, unlike an ordinary sun star, this one gave off the impression of a dying old man. There were even black spots forming on its surface from time to time. Yang Kai had refined the Golden Crow's true fire and had the divine manifestation. Golden Crow casts the sun, which was why he was constantly haunted by an indescribable feeling ever since stepping into the Black Territory. He could clearly feel that the Black Territory's sun was about to die. It was not that he had not experienced the death of a sun star before. Back then, when he was escaping Seven Wonders Land, he witnessed with his own eyes as a sun star went out, and it was there that he obtained the Golden Crow's carcass, which in turn allowed him to refine the Golden Crow's true fire. Only, he never expected to see such a similar scene again after so many years. Perhaps hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of years later, the Black Territory's sun star would also burn out. There was only this one sun star in the entire Black Territory as far as the eye could see. So once the sun star was extinguished, the entire Black Territory would be plunged into cold darkness. The dying great sun enveloped the entirety of the Black Territory in an air of solemnity. This Black Territory does not seem very large. Yang Kai noted his observations after looking around. Luan Baifeng subconsciously twirled her hair with her finger as she commented casually. The Black Territory wasn't large to begin with. Compared to the other great territories, you can even say that it's pitifully small. There's even only one sun star. What other great territory have you seen that's like this? Yang Kai nodded lightly. You're right. I've never seen one like this before. Luan Baifeng continued. Legends say that the Black Territory used to be similar to other great territories. It was large and vast, but for some reason it slowly shrank to the size it is now. Perhaps, once the final sun star goes out, the entire Black Territory will cease to exist. However, it's thanks to this that the Black Territory was left untouched. Otherwise, how do you think that I, a woman, would be able to occupy such a piece of land? The environment here is harsh, so those under the open heaven realm are simply unable to survive. Only those above the open heaven realm can live here. If it were really any kind of prosperous place, then it would long have been taken over by other great forces. Yang Kai deeply agreed with her sentiments. Looking up, he saw the large and small celestial bodies floating silently in the void. The smaller ones were maybe a few dozen kilometers in diameter, while the larger ones may even be compared to the star boundary. However, the ones that could be seen were all filled with pits and cracks. Some were even split into pieces. Those pits and cracks were clearly traces left behind by cultivators. These are... Yang Kai frowned. Luan Baifeng explained, all the objects in the Black Territory are technically or stars that give birth to black stones. What you see are the mind-out or stars, and these are only from the outermost region. Yang Kai understood and was just about to ask her more questions when Luan Baifeng waved her hand. Do not disturb me right now. We have already arrived at the area covered by the natural arrays. If you want to die together, then speak freely. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut and don't poke around with your divine sense. There are many peculiarities in this place. Yang Kai rubbed his nose embarrassedly and kept silent. When he looked around, he saw that all of the open heaven realm masters on the ship all had stiff looks on their faces, as if something very bad was about to happen. All eyes were fixed on Luan Baifeng, and at this moment, the woman had a grave look on her face as she kept forming new hand seals while guiding the ship through the void. A few moments later, Yang Kai clearly sensed a terrifying power lurking around them. This power felt like it was sleeping, yet could be woken up with the slightest disturbance, bringing about a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering disaster. Since he had received Luan Baifeng's reminder earlier, Yang Kai did not dare to probe his surroundings either. He was stunned that the Black Territory actually turned out to be this ferocious, and he had no idea how Luan Baifeng was able to survive in a place like this. The Black Prison was a dangerous place where countless natural arrays were hidden, but this was only what things were like in the outermost region. If one went deeper, then the dangers would only increase. However, under Luan Baifeng's guidance, the ship navigated through the void unharmed, passing one array after another, but not in a straight line. Sometimes Yang Kai felt as if they had gone one large circle and sometimes felt they were even spinning in place for a long time. There did not seem to be any standard pattern to it. In the end, they were met with no dangers on their journey. This must have been a well-traveled route for Luan Baifeng, which was why she knew where all the risks were and was able to avoid them perfectly. About a day later, a ruined spirit province suddenly came into view. Obviously, this spirit province was also a fragment of N or star. It was not very large, much smaller than Voidland, but from a distance, traces of man-made structures could be seen. On the spirit province stood a series of connected palaces. The ship landed in front of the palaces, where a maidservant in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm came out to greet them. The woman was surprised and asked, "Why has Madame returned so quickly?" Luan Baifeng's face was dark, but she did not even say a word since she herself was too embarrassed to tell her that she had been ambushed on the trip and even subordinated by someone else using the loyalty list. The maidservant could obviously sense that something was not right with the situation. She glanced curiously at the unfamiliar Xianxia, but she was smart enough not to ask anything else. "Get out of here, all of you. Go to your work. If anyone dares let a single word slip about what happened today, I'll make sure they'll suffer a fate worse than death." Luan Baifeng bellowed at her subordinates. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, quickly disappearing without a trace. "You are also excused." Luan Baifeng waved off the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm woman, who simply bowed to her and retreated back into the main hall. Soon, Luan Baifeng and Xianxia were the only ones left. She glanced at him before turning around and leaving in a certain direction. While looking around curiously, Xianxia followed behind her. After walking for a while, he could no longer hold his curiosity back. The environment in the Black Territory is indeed harsh, but there are also rumors that if one stays here long enough, their world force will continuously leak out, eventually leading to their small universe's collapse and a complete loss of cultivation. "How come I'm not feeling anything?" Luan Baifeng responded without even turning back. "Of course you can't feel it here. This is only the outermost region. If that damned effect were to happen even here, how would I be able to live here? Once you go deeper into the Black Territory, you'll naturally be able to experience it." Stopping her feet, she turned around and said in an inciting manner, "Do you want to go and try it right now? The deeper you go, the more obvious the feeling becomes." Xianxia grinned. "Even if I decide to go, I'll definitely drag you along with me." Luan Baifeng's face darkened. After a cold snort, she turned back around and continued leading the way. A short while later, the two of them arrived before an exceptionally well-built palace that was enveloped in clear traces of layers upon layers of barriers. Luan Baifeng took out a jade token and poured her power into it before swaying in front of the entrance of the palace. A light shot out from the token and, following that, the doors of the palace opened with a click. After leading Xianxia into the palace, Luan Baifeng did the same thing and opened 3 more doors in succession, each one heavier than the last, traces of arrays activating each time. Xianxia clicked his tongue in awe. "Your skills in the Tao of Spirit arrays are truly spectacular." To this day, the most accomplished master in the Tao of Spirit arrays that he had encountered was undoubtedly Grandmaster Wu Liang, who had arranged the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array. But when comparing the two, Luan Baifeng was superior. During the siege of the 100 Sects Alliance on Voidland back then, Luan Baifeng had attempted to crack the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array after unraveling its mysteries. Even though the 100 Sects Alliance suffered heavy losses in the end, resulting in the death of Kongfeng, it was not as a result of Luan Baifeng's inability to break the Grand Array, but rather their unpreparedness against their enemy. Voidland's heritage was simply too strong. The fact that Luan Baifeng was able to work out some of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array's mysteries in such a short amount of time was a testament to her mastery of the Tao of Spirit arrays. As the two of them were talking, they arrived at another grand hall, inside of which was white jade shelf after white jade shelf with no end in sight. On the shelves were an assortment of oddly shaped containers of different materials, many of which were made of rare jades and ores themselves. "What is this place?" Xianxia asked, raising a brow. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. "Why ask when you already know? Don't you need a lot of cultivation resources? They're all here." Even though he already had his guesses, Xianxia still smiled happily when he heard what Luan Baifeng said. "So, This is your treasury? Very good. Divine sense surging. It enveloped the entire grand hall in an instant, taking in everything. Despite his mental preparations, Yang Kai was still shocked by Luan Baifeng's wealth. The cultivation materials placed here numbered at least 10,000. This was a terrifying number. Even though Void Land could still pull out such a humongous amount of cultivation materials, that was only natural because they had a whole star city which saw merchants from all corners of the 3,000 worlds patronizing them every day, bringing huge amounts of resources with them. For a lone woman like Luan Baifeng to have amassed such a fortune was simply terrifying. However, since she occupied a treasure trove like the Black Prison, it was only natural for her to have accumulated such wealth after all the years she spent here. What is the order of the supplies here? And what about the quantity? Yang Kai asked with glowing eyes. Luan Baifeng did not like the look on his face. After all, it was hard to feel good about seeing one's treasures being snatched away by someone else all of a sudden. Still, she turned away and muttered, "Those below the fourth order are unqualified to be stored here. The materials placed here are all either in the fourth order or above. On the left are the fourth order materials, roughly 8,000 pieces in total. The center shelves are for fifth order materials, about 2,000 of them. On the right are the sixth order materials. There are almost 200 pieces, but I haven't counted them recently." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in awe. "You're probably the richest woman in all the 3,000 worlds." Firstly, without even mentioning materials in the fourth and fifth order, she actually had around 200 pieces of sixth order materials. It had to be known that each piece would cost at least 15 million open heaven pills each. 200 pieces would be worth at least 3 billion. That much money, belonging to a single person. How could anyone in the 3,000 worlds compare with that? While speaking, Yang Kai's body had instantly moved towards the area where the sixth order materials were placed, and he began looking through them with interest. Suddenly, he turned his head towards the last white jade shelf and asked, "Is this a sixth order material, too?" Only a single container was placed on the final white jade shelf, which made it seem conspicuous. Luan Baifeng's face twitched. She was practically gnashing her teeth as she forced each word out. "That's a seventh order treasure." Yang Kai raised a brow and said with glowing eyes, "Before coming here, I heard that the Black Prison's black stones could even produce materials in the seventh and eighth order. So it is true." Luan Baifeng affirmed. "Of course it's true, however, the number is extremely low. After all these years of occupying the Black Prison, I've only ever encountered a single piece." Yang Kai nodded. "Since there is one, that means there will be more." Sure enough, the Black Prison is really a treasure trove. With that said, he picked up the container that was holding the seventh order material and opened it up to take a look, discovering that it was a seventh order metal element material. Nodding lightly, he casually tossed it into his small universe. Even though seventh order materials were extremely precious and rare, it was not as if he had never seen them before. In fact, most of the materials that he condensed belonged to the seventh order or even above that to begin with. His biggest goal on this trip was to find the sixth order yin and yang element materials, which was what Void Land needed the most right now. Turning his gaze to the more than 200 pieces of sixth order materials, Yang Kai rolled up his sleeves and began examining them one by one. There were so many here, so surely some of them would be what he was looking for. When she saw what Yang Kai was doing, Luan Baifeng turned her face away in anger and scorn. Once he began going through the sixth order materials, though, the expectation and joy on Yang Kai's began to die away. By the time he searched through all of the sixth order materials, Yang Kai's brow was deeply furrowed. There were no problems with the sixth order materials themselves, as each piece was so pure that it was completely befitting the cultivating needs of any open heaven realm master. Only, there were hardly any which were of the yin and yang element, the ones he truly needed. He was able to find one sixth order yin element material, but that was it. Besides that, there were also only 2 yang element materials. Out of the 200 pieces of sixth order materials, only 3 of them fit his needs. Even though he knew that the yin and yang element materials were scarcer than those of the 5 elements, this ratio was still extremely unsatisfactory. Turning his head to look at Luan Baifeng, Yang Kai saw that she was currently gnashing her teeth at him. If not for the restrictions placed on her by the loyalty list, then she would likely have pounced on him to drink his blood and eat his flesh. Nobody would be in a good mood after seeing the wealth that they had been accumulating for so many years taken away by someone else in the blink of an eye. "What are you looking at?" Luan Baifeng grumbled. Yang Kai blinked his eyes before he suddenly grinned. "That's not right." "What's not right?" Luan Baifeng frowned. "You've been occupying the black prison for so many years. So surely this can't be everything you've gathered so far?" Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. "Is this still not enough? How much do you think I have?" "No, it doesn't add up." Yang Kai shook his head. "Yes, sixth-order yin and yang element materials have always been difficult to find. But there's no way that there's only 3 meager pieces. You must have hidden the rest elsewhere." With his eyes fixed on Luan Baifeng's space ring, he reached his hand out. "Show me your space ring." Luan Baifeng was furious. "Yang Kai, don't go too far. Hand it over." Yang Kai looked sternly at her. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth and her chest heaved for a while before she removed her space ring and threw it at Yang Kai, as if to take her anger out on him this way. Yang Kai grabbed it and searched it using his divine sense. After a while, he tossed the space ring back to her. There were quite a lot of good things stored in Luan Baifeng's ring, and their value could even be described as shocking, but he did not find what he needed. "Satisfied now?" Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. Yang Kai looked at her in disbelief, wondering whether he had made a mistake. After a moment of silence, he began. "The loyalty list can ensure one's loyalty. Those who have written their names down on the list cannot resist the holder's demands. But I have never used this ability on anyone. That is because I believe that since they have come under me, they should at least have a basic level of trustworthiness. Luan Baifeng, let me ask you one last time. Other than in your treasury here, are you hiding any materials elsewhere? Think about your answer before you speak. Don't force me to use the loyalty list." Her eyes met, and Luan Baifeng was furious as she snarled, "The greedy will not meet a good end." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "As expected, you're hiding more." He nodded lightly. "Even cunning rabbits have 3 nests. It's normal for you to have hidden some elsewhere." This woman left most of the resources here to act as a treasury on the surface, but she had secretly hidden the truly valuable things elsewhere so that even if someone did catch sight of this treasury, they may not think more of it. However, now that Yang Kai was even bringing out the loyalty list, Luan Baifeng would not be able to hide it even if she tried. World force surging. The illusory phantom of a small universe expanded, instantly enveloping the treasury. By the time the illusory phantom disappeared, everything in the treasury had been absorbed into Yang Kai's small universe. Luan Baifeng looked at this scene with astonishment before furrowing her brows. For an instant, she could feel a profound aura coming from inside of Yang Kai's small universe just now. What was more, the small universe of a 6th-order open heaven realm master should still be ethereal and intangible, so how could it contain so many items? But before she even had the time to think about it, she saw Yang Kai grinning at her. "What are you being so upset about? Our fates are tied now. If anything happens to me, then you won't be safe either. Would it not be good for you too if you handed these things over to me, so that I can grow stronger as fast as possible?" Luan Baifeng was livid, but she kept silent. "Come on, lead the way." Yang Kai patted her shoulder excitedly. Whether Luan Baifeng was willing or not, she was unable to refuse Yang Kai's request now that things had already come to this. So, she had no choice but to lead him to the place where she hid her treasures. To Yang Kai's surprise, her private treasury was not located in this shattered spirit province, but somewhere else. 2 figures flew out together, heading deeper into the black prison. After flying for 4 whole hours and passing dozens of natural arrays, the 2 of them finally appeared at a certain place. Luan Baifeng stood still and Yang Kai followed suit. Looking up, there seemed to be nothing before them. He could not even find anything suspicious nearby. "This is the place?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng was still angry and did not feel like responding to him, but she raised her hand and tossed out array flags one by one in all directions. Following her actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel some energy ebbing and flowing around them, echoing Luan Baifeng's movements. A few moments later, Yang Kai looked in amazement at a tiny spirit province fragment, just a dozen kilometers ahead, gradually materializing and revealing itself. This spirit province fragment was only a couple kilometers across, which was pitifully small. It also seemed completely empty without the slightest hint of any vitality. However, this was the best place for one to hide one's treasures. If not for Luan Baifeng's actions, then Yang Kai would never have been able to sense that a shattered spirit province was actually hidden here. The Tao of spirit arrays is truly a profound thing. Did you hide this place using an illusion array? Yang Kai asked in awe. Luan Baifeng continued her movements and grumbled. This illusion array existed here all along. I have merely deciphered it and used it for myself. Even that is amazing. After a short while, the spirit province fragment was fully revealed. Without even calling out to him, Luan Baifeng directly closed in on it in a flash. Seeing this, Yang Kai followed her. Looking around, there seemed to be nothing special in the spirit province. But Luan Baifeng walked in front of a stone wall and began working on opening another array. Soon, the stone wall slid open, revealing a dark cave. Everything is inside. Go and get it yourself if you want it. Luan Baifeng cut through Yang Kai with a sharp gaze. Yang Kai laughed. Many thanks. He had no worry that Luan Baifeng would trick him here. It was simply impossible for her to do anything that may harm him under the influence of the loyalty list, so he walked into the cave with ease. An incense stick's time later, Yang Kai reappeared with a satisfied look on his face. Let's return. After a pause, he looked at Luan Baifeng. You don't have any other private treasuries left, do you? Luan Baifeng had to take a deep breath to suppress the blood welling up in her chest. Shutting her eyes, she responded in exasperation. None. I was just asking. Yang Kai chuckled. Then they went back to where they came from. Another 4 hours went by, and they were back at the original Shattered Spirit Province. After asking Luan Baifeng for a room and telling her not to disturb him without good cause, Yang Kai went inside and checked his harvest for this trip. He had not inspected what Luan Baifeng had stowed away in her private treasury yet, but since she had hidden it elsewhere, it must be things of great value. Obviously, 6th order Yin and Yang element materials had to be part of it. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged in the room with the goods hauled back from the cave placed around him. There were only several dozen items, which was not many compared to the main treasury, and just like the ones he saw before, all the materials had been stored in separate containers. Yang Kai casually picked up a jade box that was the size of a palm and opened it. A pure searing power came rushing out. As he felt the rich power fluctuating, he rejoiced. This was clearly a 7th order fire element material which looked like a fire spirit crystal. Obviously, however, it was much more valuable than an ordinary fire spirit crystal. The very first material had given Yang Kai a small surprise, which made him even more eager to check out the others. After picking up another item, he was a little disappointed. It was merely a 6th order water element material, so he just casually tossed it into his small universe. He picked up another one, and this time it was exactly what Yang Kai was looking for, a 6th order Yin element material. There were only several dozen items, so it did not take much time to go through all of them. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Yang Kai had already gone through everything. Everything here was clearly what Luan Baifeng had prepared for her own personal use. There were a total of 9 complete sets of 6th order materials, which was valuable enough to buy a small city. Any 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to refine these directly after picking them up to enhance the heritage of their small universe. Besides that, there were also as many as 5 7th order materials. Even though there were no Yin and Yang element materials among them, they were worth an astronomical amount by themselves. As he expected, it was right of him to have chosen to come to the Black Prison. After offering a high bounty for the materials at the Star City for such a long time, he was only able to gather enough materials for 3 people to advance into the 6th order directly. However, just Luan Baifeng's 2 treasuries contained enough to supply 10 cultivators. With this, the resources they needed to advance 13 people from Void Land into the 6th order Open Heaven Realm had been settled, which was enough to solve their most urgent problem. However, since he came to the Black Prison, Yang Kai naturally would not be satisfied to just go back. There was little he had to worry about in Voidland right now. Zuoquan Hui's injury would take a long time to recover, so there was no way that he would come back to cause more trouble for a while. As such, Yang Kai still had some time to spend doing other things. If he could get more 6th-order Yin and Yang element materials, then that would naturally be for the best. Even if he were not able to get them, he had to find a way to get them. For that reason, he was very interested in the black stones. After putting all his loot away, Yang Kai walked out of the room to find the physically and mentally exhausted Luan Baifeng. Black stone. Luan Baifeng was lying lazily on a chair while the 5th-order maid was crouching in front of her, gently massaging her calves. Yang Kai sat uninhibitedly by the side and nodded. Yes, I heard that all of these materials have been mined from those black stones. I want to see what those black stones are like. Luan Baifeng knew that there was no use arguing with him, so she could only ask the girl in front of him, "Has the latest batch of black stones arrived?" The woman responded softly, "They were brought back 3 days ago, and they are breaking the stones now. If Madam needs them, I can have some of them brought over now." Luan Baifeng was about to nod when Yang Kai raised his hand. "No need. I'll go and take a look by myself." Luan Baifeng frowned when she heard this, but she still stood up and nodded. "Come, I'll take you there." After following her for a short while, the two of them arrived at an open square where a dozen open heaven realm masters were busy, world force fluctuating from their bodies. Yang Kai looked over and saw that each of them had dark stones of different sizes in front of them. The small ones were only about the size of a palm, but the large ones were as large as a water vat. Not far away from them was a pile of similar-looking stones. "So, these are the black stones?" Yang Kai asked. Luan Baifeng nodded. While the two of them were speaking, the open heaven realm masters who were hard at work had clearly noticed Luan Baifeng's arrival, so they all stopped what they were doing and greeted respectfully. "Madam Warden." Luan Baifeng waved her hand, signaling for them to continue, and they did. Yang Kai watched for a while and said in astonishment, "The black stones are dissolving?" The open heaven realm masters were all controlling the world force inside of their bodies to wrap around the black stones in front of them. As time passed, the black stones gradually became smaller, but nothing seemed to break off or flow away from them. It was as if the dissolved parts of the black stone had just disappeared into thin air. Black stones are bizarre things. Only the world force of those in the open heaven realm is able to dissolve them. As for why that is, I have never been able to figure out, Luan Baifeng explained. What's more, these black stones may contain cultivational resources inside of them, or they may contain nothing at all. While speaking, she pointed to one of the open heaven realm masters who were working at the side, and Yang Kai looked over at him. He saw that despite the fact that the black stone disappeared without a trace in his hands, nothing seemed to be left behind. The man shook his head in disappointment before picking up another piece of black stone and continuing the process. These or slaves will mine black stones from the or stars before bringing them back here to extract resources contained inside of them. That is what the process is, basically. Every last piece of material found in the black prison has not been easy to come by. While saying this, she glared at Yang Kai. "And now it's been given to you for nothing." Acting as if he did not hear her, Yang Kai frowned. "Is there no way to determine which pieces of black stone contain materials, and which don't?" He watched them for a moment and found that it took a lot of effort for the open heaven realm masters to dissolve the black stones. If it could be ascertained beforehand which pieces of black stone contained resources, then it would save a lot of time and effort. Hearing him say this, Luan Baifeng grabbed a wash-basin-sized black stone and tossed it to Yang Kai. "You can try it yourself, but I have no way of verifying it." Yang Kai accepted the black stone from her and weighed it in his hand, discovering that it was not as light as he expected it to be. After squeezing it with some force, no marks or traces seemed to have been left on the piece of black stone. He was considered to be very strong now, so even if it was not crushed, any piece of raw or would still crack open if squeezed in his hands. However, this black stone was obviously very different in makeup, and was also extremely resilient. Divine sense surging, Yang Kai tried to investigate the insides of the black stone, but it actually repelled his divine sense completely. so it was impossible to find out whether something was hidden inside or not. Yang Kai was surprised. Currently, he was in the sixth-order open heaven realm, so his divine sense was extremely strong, yet it was still rejected by the black stone. Just what is this thing? After contemplating for a moment, Yang Kai activated his demon eye of annihilation, and his left eye immediately turned into a gold vertical slit. Looking at it now, he could see something different. Inside of the black stone he was holding was the fluctuation of a vague and indistinct pale yellow energy. Seeing this made Yang Kai's heart stir. The demon eye of annihilation worked. Even though he had no way of seeing clearly into the black stone, he could be sure that something was inside of this piece, and it was likely an earth element material. As for what order it was, he had no way of ascertaining that. He would have to dissolve the black stone to find out. The demon eye of annihilation had the ability to see through all illusions, and alongside the black purgatory eye, they made up myriad demons' heaven's core, divine abilities. These were extremely profound eye techniques, and even in myriad demons' heaven, only the most elite disciples were qualified to cultivate them. Yang Kai had obtained his demon eye of annihilation when he was still very weak, and he never knew these secrets either before meeting Tizheng. However, since it was one of myriad demons' heaven's two core divine abilities, the demon eye of annihilation naturally had its own profound traits. Even though his divine sense was unable to penetrate the black stone and assess the situation within, the demon eye of annihilation could break through some of its barriers and penetrate straight into its essence. However, Yang Kai's cultivation of the demon eye of annihilation was not very high, so he could only vaguely see what was inside. If it were truly someone from myriad demons' heaven who cultivated these secret techniques, then they would obviously be able to have a clearer look inside. His movements did not escape Luan Baifeng's eyes, who was looking at him with some surprise. "You cultivate an eye secret technique, too? What's wrong with that?" Yang Kai withdrew his demon eye of annihilation and turned to look at her. Luan Baifeng shook her head. "It's nothing. Were you able to see anything?" "No." Yang Kai responded casually. Even though Luan Baifeng could tell that he possessed an eye secret technique, she naturally might not be able to recognize it as a myriad demons' heaven's secret technique, so Yang Kai would not try and explain it to her. However, in order to prove whether or not his ability was right, Yang Kai urged his world force to his palm, enveloping the black stone in it. Rapidly, it shrank in size. With his sixth-order open heaven realm cultivation, especially his world force, which was much richer than an ordinary sixth-order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai was able to dissolve the black stone at a ridiculously fast rate. The wash-basin-sized black stone in his palm completely disappeared before a stick of incense could even fully burn out, and a piece of yellow crystal gradually emerged from it. Luan Baifeng looked on in surprise at it and muttered, "Fourth-order earth element. You are quite lucky indeed." Yang Kai casually played with the earth-colored crystal in his hand and said, "What is the probability that a piece of black stone would contain cultivation materials?" "Very small," Luan Baifeng responded. "If you're lucky, then it's about 30%. Otherwise, it may not even be 1%. 30% is too low." Yang Kai shook his head. Out of 10 pieces of black stone, at least 7 would be empty. How much time and energy would that waste? That's why I told you that none of the resources here came easy. Did you think this place was really so full of treasures that you could just bend over and find a piece? Luan Baifeng snorted, but then she frowned. "What are you even looking for? You have already taken away the stash that I have been gathering for so many years. Is that still not enough for you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's not enough. I still need more sixth-order yin and yang element materials." Luan Baifeng frowned. "If you are using it for your own cultivation, then you could just refine using fifth-order materials. Even though it will be a little slower, fifth-order materials are not as hard to find. Why restrict yourself to only the sixth order?" She obviously thought that Yang Kai was seeking out so many sixth-order cultivational materials for his own use. Yang Kai laughed. "Naturally, I can use fifth-order materials for my own cultivation, but what if someone needs to advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm?" Luan Baifeng was taken aback for a moment. Then her eyes widened. "How is that possible? How could your void land have so many people advancing directly into the sixth order? It had to be known that any cultivator that could break through directly to the sixth order open heaven realm had hopes of reaching the eighth order open heaven realm one day, so their numbers are extremely limited. Even in the cave heavens and paradises, such disciples only appeared once every 1,000 years or so. Xianxia had already plundered plenty of sixth order yin and yang element materials from her, which was enough to meet the advancement needs of 10 whole people, so how could he still be needing more? Xianxia did not bother to explain it since it was useless to say anything. Now that Luan Baifeng had come under his banner, she would naturally understand that he was not just boasting once she saw Voidland's heritage for herself. Don't just stand there. Help them out. Get these black stones dissolved and see whether you can find what I'm looking for. Xianxia called out to her. Even though there were a dozen open heaven realm masters currently working to dissolve the black stones, they were not very efficient. Dissolving these black stones was something that happened faster the higher one's cultivation was, and it was likely related to the potency of one's world force. Luan Baifeng looked at him in disbelief, obviously still shocked by what he just said. There probably won't be any sixth order materials in these black stones. No need to bother. Huh? Xianxia turned his head to look at her. Why do you say that? Brushing her hair back behind her ear, Luan Baifeng answered, I've been in the black territory for so many years, so I still have some amount of experience. There are countless or stars in the black territory, and the deeper the or star, the greater the chance of it producing higher order materials. The ones we collected here are mainly mined from the or stars near the outer region, so one would be lucky to even find a fifth order material. If you don't believe me, you can check them yourself. Xianxia had noticed it as well. Out of the resources that Luan Baifeng's subordinates found from the black stones here, it was true that the highest one only reached the fifth order, and the amount was very small. He could not help but frown. Then, where did you find the ones in the sixth order, and even in the seventh order? Luan Baifeng explained. Naturally, they came from the deeper or stars. Previously I had several sixth order or slaves among my subordinates, and those things were mined by them. Unfortunately, no one is able to go into the deeper or stars since they've passed away, so we are naturally unable to get to them. Xianxia understood. Is that why you were so eager to intervene when Heavenly Sword Union was stirring trouble in my void land? Luan Baifeng remained silent. Xianxia stroked his chin. So to say, in order to obtain sixth order materials, there is no other choice but to go deeper into the black territory to mine them. You could say that. Xianxia nodded. In that case, let's go. What? Luan Baifeng looked at him in shock, seemingly doubting her ears. What are you thinking of doing? We are going to go to the ore stars where the sixth order materials are produced to mine out the black stones. While speaking, Xianxia reached for Luan Baifeng, grabbing her by the shoulders, then turning around and flying off. Luan Baifeng was agitated and anxious as she shouted, Let me go! I'm not going there. Xianxia broke out into a fit of laughter. Since you are under my command now, that's not up to you to decide. You bastard! The dozen open heaven realm masters who were hard at work watched dumbfounded as their usually terrifying and overbearing warden was carried away by Xianxia like a little chick, cursing all the way and disappearing in the blink of an eye. As if they had seen a ghost, cold sweat ran down their foreheads. In the void, Xianxia enveloped his world force around Luan Baifeng, who was clearly uncooperative, her expression as cold as ice. Do you really need to make a face as if you just lost your parents? We're just going on a mining trip, not to have you killed. Xianxia laughed. Luan Baifeng answered coldly. Naturally, it is because you do not understand the dangers deep inside of the black territory. Even after managing this place for so many years, I still dare not say that I know the black territory like the back of my hand. There are countless natural arrays in this place. Once triggered, neither you nor I would be able to escape easily. Xianxia nodded. That is why I will have to depend on you on this journey. I'm not very proficient in the Tao of Spirit arrays, but if I die here, you will not get away either. Luan Baifeng gritted her teeth. I have never met a man as shameless as you before. Inwardly, she was drowning in regret. If she had known this would happen, then she would not have told Yang Kai that sixth-order materials could only be found in the deeper or stars. She had moved a rock only to smash her own foot. However, although Luan Baifeng's words were harsh and unpleasant, she was still quite sensible and flexible. Otherwise, she would not have surrendered so easily. She knew that she could not resist, so after throwing a small tantrum, she cooperated obediently. She knew herself that if she were to slack off here, then with Yang Kai running all around the black territory triggering the arrays, something bad would happen sooner or later, then she herself would have to suffer for it. After a half-day's journey, Luan Baifeng suddenly spoke. "The area we have arrived at will start to get more dangerous. Do not leave my side no matter the cost. Otherwise, if you were caught up in a powerful array, even I would not be able to save you." "Got it." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Then, Luan Baifeng suddenly rubbed her eyelids with her fingers. Looking over, Yang Kai saw that her eyes were suddenly glowing with a purple light, exuding a demonic charm. Yang Kai raised his brow. It was not until now that he finally learned that this woman actually cultivated an eye-secret technique, too. That was the reason why she said what she did when she saw him use the demon eye of annihilation. She must have noticed Yang Kai's gaze because Luan Baifeng explained, "I was born with this eye-secret technique. I did not cultivate it. It doesn't have any offensive or defensive abilities, but it seems to have a natural advantage in deciphering arrays." Yang Kai was enlightened. "So that is how you became so proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays?" Luan Baifeng's eye-secret technique had a natural advantage when it came to cracking arrays, and having lived in this black prison for so many years, observing and emulating the many natural arrays in this place, even someone unlearned in the Tao of spirit arrays would be able to grow into a master in time. Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. "How else do you think a poor little girl can survive in the 3,000 worlds alone?" "A little girl?" Yang Kai could not stop himself from laughing. Luan Baifeng glared menacingly at him.